All right. Well, welcome back, everyone. 皆さんお帰りなさい。今日は、500、500日目です。It is day 500. I think there's a change. Oh, right? 500? No, 500. It is day 500. We will be having a tentative takes afterwards of the session. The session is probably going to take, it's 147. Basically, we are day 2 after leveling up. So this shouldn't take more than 20 minutes. Then we'll spend the next 2.5 to 3 hours summarizing or doing our same thing that we did earlier in the last week for Hanzi Hero. Coming over some of the points and whatnot. And pretty much going to be the last tentative take, because after that we'll hit 60 in this month in less than 20 days. Actually, we'll go over that soon enough. Let's go in and do our reviews from level 55. Our new stuff is still here. I thought it was something like if. Okay. Oh. Eh. Monsho. What? Oh no, that's Crest. Okay. Shinte. Kenzai. Eh. Appear and existent. Oh, actual. Simon. Hoiku. Hidoi. Hidoi. Oh no. Kujira. Jojishi. Bonsai. It's not should. Slicing words. Guy slicing words. The above. Okay. That one's weak. Betso. Zote. Uh-oh. Intense heat. What is the heat part? Chew? Because the Atsu is not as clear, right? Kokusho. or increasing.
厳粛 乱 国事
Kokuji. This one's a little weird. Wait, I thought it was
音痴
oh
欧州
shoot. Ah, how do you like how do you like respond to something? What's another way to say respond to something? Not repayment. Or like in exchange.
欄干
Uncon. Oh no, that's not margin. Guardrail.
悠長
So, leisure. So, wait, this is different. Wasabi. Huh? No, no, no. Oh no, wait, this is mountain tree.
山荘
The flowers really threw me for a loop there. Usual. Nope, nope.
叙情
Jojo. That's another way to say not necessarily describing feelings, but it is expressing feelings too. It's not quite the main. Oh, lyricism. Okay.
約定
Another way, vividly not express, but vividly describe didn't work. Depict. Same difference.
阻害
Right. This is out to escape out of it. Out of neglect. Not the same as mutual understanding. It's not the same as evacuation. Or is this just neglect? Oh no, it's being distant. Estrangement.
下ろす
Why do I feel like that? Something about this is. Cool and. Let's say flat. It's criticism. Cho? Yo?
国標
Yo? Tokyo.
栽培。
不当
Oh.
空想
Must not. This one's a little. This one's weird too. Icho? No. Oh no, it's not. It's old. I really thought it was. Oh no, Icho is Inko. Old store. Something about holding roll. Roll for what? Oh, is it like Nishise? Oh, Shinise?
老舗。
冷酷
過酷。
Akoku. Nope.
"一品 捕鯨
Okay. Yo, what?
動揺
Eh? Man.
かよ
そらす
Sorasu. What?
"哺乳瓶
Okeru. No. Okeru.
ボケる
Okeru.
顕著
叙勲
Heck. Oh no, that's just decorate.
わさび
芸肉
交渉
Not a manuscript. Oh no, that's just high, like status. I wanted to say whole right away. Oh. Not quite offer. Not tribute. It's not provide. Dedicate.
冠
That's special.
露見
原稿
自叙伝 おろしね
Heck! Wait. Oh no.
実践
Oh, I had a typo. Pizza is um,
時間
Oh no, wait. This is yes. That. It's a that. Shomu.
庶務
Yeah.
失踪検証
Kensho. Appear and chapter. Submission? No. The chapter. It's kind of like decorating. Like decorating someone's achievements. Maybe honoring. Oh, this one's weird. Okay.
国 報酬
It's not. There's another word for the reward instead of compensation. Positive manner.
欄外
愚痴
Ichi. Hmm.
あんず 疾患
Same difference.
Sotsu.
Okay. The pumpkin, right? I think this is the... Kabo... Kabocha.
かぼちゃ
Kabocha. The pumpkin. Okay. Also. Is it? Okay. I was about to say. It's not the same as cherish. Oh, sick. And frugal.
投稿
Heck. What? What? Oh, wait. Oh, no. I don't remember the left character. What are... That's invite, right? I really thought it was you. Yo, oh, maybe it's... Oh no. What was invite? Oh no, that's Excel. It's Excel actually.
秀逸
Uitsu. Or just Excel? Like excellence? Okay.
唐揚げ
主君
Shikun.
披露宴
You know,
門
空欄 民謡
Oh,
Yukai.
Yukai. That's you. Okay.
勲章
Kuncho.
波紋、アホ、おろし、
荒涼、疾風、
Oh yeah. What? No. Yes? Oh.
荘厳、
It's such a poor spelling. Oh no. Oval face. 우리 자네가 난 자네가
売りざね顔、
우리 자네가
なお、残酷、
茜色、 卸売、
Oh. Let's see. Yeah. Not that. So you gotta make sure that. Oh, because it's sparse.
まばら、
Oh. Bowman.
傲慢、自粛、
How do I do the hollyhock? Follow for a follow? No, thank you. Good luck.
茎、 露呈、
Okay.
Soen. 疎遠、
悠々、
You.
庶民据え付ける
よいしょ
時期尚
少
早
々少々
逸話
Who oh anecdote yo oh no oh this is
疾病ぐ 有給
王冠
走行
What are you bowing to? Bowing to.
「静粛」
国士
国士
疎開
疎開悪因悪化
叙述
場所oh
和尚
洗浄剤
So
地方
how do we be like how do we be dementia
過疎
so how do you exceed negligence just negligent what else could it be? Negligent. Oh, no, wait. Could be the other way around. No. Oh. The weird one, depopulation. this is go.
イチョウ 逸脱
That's
Shiori.
Oh, that one a bit tougher. Today. And then tomorrow we have stacked. Well, really, probably 280, 289, because we're probably going to start before 5 tomorrow. All right. Over our reads and definitions before we get into our tentative takes. All right. Z. Omero. Multi. Must not. Good. Bow. Shin. Tranquilize. Fall. Dedicate. You. Brief. Book it. Simple. Ichi. No, Tochi. Horse chestnut. Eki. Frugal. Ah, excellent. Excellent. Tall. Mourn. Guy. The above. Ooh. Proceed. Fall. Nearby. Dui. Accumulate. Healing. Enclosure. Nyo. Urine. In. Yes. Yo. Consider. No, not consider. Captive. Yeah. Increasing up. Yeah. So. Horse. In. Follow. Show. Prosperity. Done. Done. You. Pleasant. Oh, excuse me. Matsu. Matsu. Erase. Then cork. Put it. This. You. Imperial. Yo. Distant. A. Crystal. Not. What? Alright. So. Alright, so now we're going to transition into our 500-day tentative take. I'm going to take a quick break. Walk around, stretch a little bit for the long section coming up. So I'll be right back. All right, folks. Here we go. It is day 500. We have yet another tentative takes, this time for WaniKani. We covered the Hanzahiro day 500 because WaniKani has 0 days, and over time, Hanzahiro had more sessions than WaniKani. So, let's get to our usual routine of these tentative takes. Right. So as a bit of a rehearsal, tentative takes are my attempt to provide some sort of review and like retrospection and introspection. Maybe like things about the highlights, overview, those type of things. And it's usually applied to projects that are greater than a year, as opposed to like monthly projects. And it's usually broken up into 3 parts. First part is I'm referring to it now as the factors. So these are your like objective stuff, things like daily metrics, largely where the stuff that the metrics that people like, what I find are the most relevant, right? That sets up for our follow-up, which is our archetypes. So we use archetypes, and archetypes is a way to talk about like corollary things, right? Correlations. These are not real examples. They are correlations, so they are hypothetical things that I find or notice that aligns with each other, and I typically pick one or two archetypes to frame the last section, which is personal. So in this case, in the sense of WaniKani, we're talking about the current state, right? Current state. Go over routines, because then this routines talk about where we're going in the future, which in terms of WaniKani is quite a bit different. So those are our 3. Now let's go into our factors. Factors that are related to WaniKani. Already had some practice from Hanzahiro, so we're gonna go a little bit faster today. So oftentimes we have total time, right? Total time. And these are in the form of, we're gonna use days, basically days. Then there is like number of radicals, right? I think we're gonna make the presumption that radicals are inferred, and then the major point of WaniKani is characters. So kanji, characters. And a slight extension of that would be vocabulary. Not the focus, but a slight extension. And then there are other things to take into account, like workload. So workload, we can't really, it's a little bit more difficult to talk about workload in a binary way. So I will use a graph for this. So we're gonna use workload. And I'll define some of the workload here. There's always the concern about coverage, right? We have coverage. This is like kanji coverage. And I'm gonna leave workload on the bottom to get some, so we can have space plan. The workload's gonna be on the side. We'll mention in a bit. Also, there's always the concern about accuracy, right? Accuracy. Maybe like, it's not quite the workload, but time per day. It's gonna feed into workload. We're gonna use hours here. Actually, minutes, more reasonable. What other things can we talk about? Outside of coverage. Mnemonics. Mnemonics is the other big thing, actually. I should list it a little higher. I'm gonna refer to it as mnemonics retention. Because in the end, about the retention of it. I think that's a pretty good ballpark of irrelevant factors. So, for total time, relevant number would be obviously 0 all the way to, at the end of the spectrum, for my convenience, will be about 520 days, right? And then for kanji characters, can probably, I guess we'll just use our designate number, 2000, right? We'll just say 2000. Rounded number, it's around 2000, if not 2000 itself. Vocabulary, it might be a little greater than 2000 now with some of the updates. And vocabulary, I'm gonna take a wild guess too. It's probably gonna be 0 to, let's say around 7,000. Coverage, right? We can talk about coverage. And we'll talk about JLPT coverage, just to give a form of measurement. And that's usually, this is going to be a different type of number line, but we'll say we can do it this way, like N5, right, to N1. And N1 at roughly 80%. We're talking about character coverage here, right? Character coverage. Accuracy obviously can go from 0 to 100. We're talking about percentage here. For time, 0 to, for my personal purpose, we're doing probably going to be 180 minutes. That's 3 hours. And then mnemonic retention is going to be a percentage. Right. Obviously 100 at the top. So these are the factors that I feel provides a relatively the relevant, measurable factors in WaniKani. So it is fairly safe to presume that the other factors that I may or may not have mentioned are far more nebulous into a subjective realm. So these are the ones that are set in stone, like they're very, very solid. They're objective things. What they mean to the person, we'll talk about a little bit. So, and the way I'm going to talk about it is with the use of archetypes. This is where archetypes come in. So archetypes, the two that I would probably use, much like the Hanza Hero side of things, would be the completionist mentality and the efficiency mentality. These are the archetypes that I've come to know pretty well over my 500 days in WaniKani. And they will help guide the hypothetical things. So like if you're wherever you're wiggling, you can kind of think about it in that way. Usually there would be a third category, which is the developer's intent. However, this language learning is like an area that I cannot really speak to how far I can glean into developer's intent. The developer's intent would be shown as the factors that they include. So like some things you could say, like total time, maybe you can infer some sort of developer's intent behind it. However, my experience would be the closest thing to developer's intent. And then outside of that, like how much characters they choose to include, how many vocabulary, those are going to be reflexive of the developer's intent. All right, so in terms of a completionist, right? Completionists, obviously, they, in my opinion, the average completionist, like the most consistent completionist, is going to take is going to be 500 plus. So 520 plus. These are individuals who the idea is to complete the lesson core set of WaniKani. So they go beyond 520 plus. I would say the average person would spend more than 520 days in order to complete all level 60, right? So take it with a grain of salt. I'm using this because it is convenient to my upper limit. I could choose like 1,000 days. I can't actually predict what the average days are. It is greater than 520 though, most of the time. So we'll say like 2 years, maybe like 700 plus days. When it comes to the kanji characters, obviously completionists will aim to complete these things, as well as the vocabulary. And then there's an asterisk to this. They will likely come back for plus updates. Right? Plus updates. So this number is slightly changing over the course of the last 500 days. There had been new additions of characters and vocabulary words. And obviously, they will aim to, and then this will obviously go up over time because those would be the new additions. It would be the new additions. In terms of coverage, right? This is provided that then N5 is 100%. So N5 through. So I know that cover N5 through N2, they do reach 100% when it comes to JLPT coverage, right? And it is the N1 that is still incomplete, so any addition tends to be allocated to an N1. Now, when it comes to completionists, especially with WaniKani, I think, generally speaking, the ones that I see most often, which is not a big coincidence because I talk about this quite a lot, which is you have the range-ish around like 70% to 90%. So I feel like this is where the completionist range. Largely, my take on this is because this is where it provides. This is the lower. This is the range of consistency, in order for a completionist to continue. Oh, and I am making the assumption that in all cases, most people choose to consistently do things. Actually, we might as well place it down here. So the one other factor is regularity, like days per week, right? And obviously we have 0 to 7, and this is usually 7 for a completionist. The basic expectation is that you do it on a daily basis. So this is designed to be a daily driver. And now we'll talk about more when it comes to efficiency, but this is daily driver as in 1 per day. 1 session per day, at least in my opinion. Now, then we have time of day. And I think in terms of consistency, there is a little understanding that you regulate the amount of reviews. So I didn't put in the number of reviews that you do each day. That's kind of a tough one to measure. However, when it comes to the time per day, it's often used to scale to time as opposed to how many reviews. I think that's a bit more of a consistency. Efficiency might lean more on how many items. So for a time per day, I would say the number that I typically see would range anywhere from like I would take it at like 90 minutes. And we would get to the range would be like 60. And 120, right? Not drawn to scale, but this would be the range where I feel like typically the unit is 1 hour roughly to 2 hours. And this is moderated by the workload. And the workload is related to the number of lessons per session. So we'll talk about that on the bottom where we talk about the workload. So workload here. That's where I'm getting the 60 to. People regulate their lessons per session in order to regulate how many reviews they will have, which is ultimately felt as how much time they have for WaniKani. So oftentimes the 1 hour mark or slightly over 1 hour mark is kind of like a area that I find most negotiable for people, there's like they spend anywhere from 1 to 2 hours a day, right? We're not talking about like 5 to 10 minutes a day, which is a bit of a contrast to other types of app designs or web-based app designs. And then mnemonic retention. This is one of the ways, the methods that, in my opinion, personally, this is what you pay for. So WaniKani, what are you paying for? You're paying for the mnemonics, really, not the SRS, because like all of these other things up here, like the SRS, is not necessarily what you're paying for. In terms of kanji, vocabulary, that type of coverage, you're not really paying for that either, because the dictionary exists. Like book resources does. But the mnemonics is what you're paying for. The approach to trying to make the characters memorable. And for completionists, I would say I'm like framing most of these things thinking about when they stop. I would say it's probably less than 50%. It would be anywhere from 40, right, down to 30, and up to 50. This is the range. And my thought on this is because it's about around level, when I think about it, we're assuming that levels are proportional. So it's often when they reach intermediate and we'll say level 30, level 25 to 30 is when people switch over, consistent people switch over to self-imposed, self-filtered mnemonics. And that means that the rest are either not retained or they edit it themselves or skip over it because you form the foundations, right? The foundations, and it becomes more of a habitual act of associating themselves as opposed to reading more mnemonics. That was provided by WaniKani team. On and off, right? So I would say anywhere from roughly average 40%. So a little under every 2, they might read the mnemonics and it might retain for its use purposes, and then the others completely neglected. And I'll reveal about myself, I do also fall into some of that. Hanzihiro felt similarly. Okay, and then now we have days per week. We talked about every single day. Now, when it comes to workload, right? Workload can be seen as, oftentimes you're thinking about each level, how long it takes for each level. However, the workload can vary. And the workload typically, when you think about, so this is, we'll say workload is on the y-axis. So the totality of all the things you think about, like how much effort, like how it feels, all the totality is the feeling of the workload. There are 3 or so dramatically dissimilar things that is good enough to approximate. So workload, and then you have days, right? And I actually have no idea how the days work for certain people. So it's going to be a bit of an abbreviation. For myself, we're going to use the length that is relevant to me. So the length that's relevant to me is that at the high end, it is roughly 10, 11 days. And 11. And another important day that I have to highlight is probably 5. 1. 6. 4. these are gonna make sense in a bit. Now, when it comes to consistency, people, it's relatively easy. The shape will look like a straight line. Now, wherever it is. Now, the thing is, it is used as a flat line. However, the workload can shift going up or going down from this. The idea is it's going to be flat. So this would be the consistency is what they want is they try to spread the workload so that it meets so they can fulfill the time requirement or efforts or however the effort time requirement. So it's often trying to keep it as flat as possible. Obviously there's going to be some noise, but keep it as flat as possible. And then this intersection here, right, wherever this intersection here is the tolerable unit. So they operate at whatever is tolerable. Now I can't really speak for how often is it at their max, or is it at their average, or is it at their bottom line? Like there's very different aspects, but generally it would look like this. So each and every day it feels like the workload is evened out, right? And that is achievable in WaniKani. It is quite achievable in a like a psychological way, I suppose. Objectively speaking, it's difficult. It's probably a lot noisier, right? However, the psychology behind it is you're trying to make it so that it feels like it's a consistent routine. Hence the completionists typically are consistent. They're endurance people, so you feel good by consistently doing something. So consistent completion, right? Now, efficiency does have a consistency thing to it. However, it differs from completionists in quite some way, because efficiency is to be good enough to move on, to move faster, not necessarily to do it because you want to see it to the end. But when it comes to efficiency, there are certain things that I would say. When it comes to efficiency, and if you combine these two, you can probably guess what is a completionist and an efficiency, right? So the idea is these archetypes correlate with something stronger, but if you have a little bit from column A and a little bit from column B, you can imagine that's going to happen. For the efficiency group, it's pretty much, I'm bad at judging proportionality. It's around here, and that is 1 year. And why do I say 1 year, or let's just say 365 days? Because when WaniKani started, or like when I saw WaniKani, there's this advertisement about learning 2,000 kanji in 1 year, which is very possible, but that is at the upper limit. And when it comes to the advertisement and efficiency, this was part of an advertisement. So whenever we talk about high efficiency stuff, typically completing WaniKani in 1 year. Now this actually gets much lower. So this might actually go as low as half of that in the pace that they have. And let's just give a round number, 180 days. And the reason why I say this is around level 25 through 30. And the reason why I'm saying that is level 25 through 30, technically it's a little skewed because the end levels are shorter, or like it has a higher turnover. But if you manage the workload then you would get, if you manage the workload, you would still flatten out on the scale. So here in level 25, the reason why is this is when there's a rush for immersion, or there is a, not necessarily a rush, but at the earliest moments of immersion. And you either get someone who quits around, an efficiency person who quits around level 25 to 30, because you might make an argument that, all right, well, we're beyond this, immersion will fill in the rest. Or you rush to complete WaniKani while this occurs. So these are two things that occur simultaneously. So these are 2 points, 180, 365. When you hit 180, the efficiency person will talk about, you can kind of see that I have more exposure to they are much louder. Efficiency people are much louder when it comes to planning, because their process requires more dynamics, and these things are both happening at the same time. So often when you look at WaniKani, you see the 1 year, 2,000 characters in 1 year. That sounds awesome. Is there any way I can do it faster? If it can do it faster, then you would go to that platform, right? So one of the things is, oh, can I get the 2,000 characters in 365 days? That is, if someone asks that, efficiency mindset, right? A completionist mindset would, or a journey person, right? A journey person oftentimes, they will tell you, you get there when you get there. The idea is to make the process meaningful so that you wouldn't have to worry about going back. Like, rushing things is something of a contrary for someone who is a completionist. You get there when you get there. There are other people, there are other archetypes, but I think the completionist archetype also accounts and tolerates various time frames, right? Efficiency is very precise, and or like much more dictated by a specific goal in mind. And then obviously when it comes to this, would translate to the thing about characters, and I'm not quite sure what the character count is. However, if I had to take a wager, it would be somewhere around, for efficiency would be somewhere around 600. 600 to like 800. This is where you expect to sort of cover most of the common. So you would get past to the common characters, so common kanji. And then obviously they can go all the way up to max, right? This would be the full range, and it can go all the way up to that. The decision is made on, the decision is kind of binary. You decide around this time, are you going the rest of the way? That's kind of the thought process. Obviously, completionist is, you might get there, you might not get there. The idea is you're continuing to do the best you can, that type of situation. Completionist is consistent with the consistency type of mentality. In terms of vocabulary, I don't think there's a particular thing. Usually, when it comes to efficiency, I would say it's probably half the volume. And like, we're gonna say, actually a little over the volume. We're gonna say 4,000. And the reason why I'm saying the 4,000 is it's gonna be common words. Their focus is common words, not extraneous words, common words. So I would say about 4,000 of them could cover quite a lot of the vocabulary. With or without is integration into the kanji. Common words is the focus. When you're looking at efficiency, you're going to go based on frequency. So frequency is king. Okay, focus on frequency. That's the efficiency of your studies. Get the common kanji, get the common words. You're getting more bang for your buck, right? Learning extraneous words, specialized words, or particular idiosyncrasies can be considered as a low yield, low value, and low efficiency. And of course, the goal for everyone is to hit N1 as fast as possible, like cover all of them. In fact, when it comes to efficiency, not so much completionist. Actually, completionist is dependent on the things offering, in my opinion, most of the time. For this, when it comes to efficiency, it has to have 100% coverage. Like that is it could potentially be a deal breaker, 100%. Obviously, completionists would also want that. The thing is, it's not quite as mandatory, because largely the time frame and stuff may account for it. So this is kind of, it can be a potential deal breaker. Why do I think that the efficiency minded might be a deal breaker? Is that the tool is not complete. So when you start something, you want to minimize the amount of time you need to switch between things. It's not about completing as much as you can or completing as you go. And the whole idea is the satisfaction of completing things and then moving on to the next one and completing things, or working on multiple things and completing them as you go, is making the least number of adjustments while getting towards a goal. So if you have a tool that has everything, that would attract more so the efficiency minded. Completionists typically would see it as a bigger piece of the puzzle. It's a different mentality, right? Like, I don't see WaniKani, I don't see any tool that I'll ever use as a complete tool. You'll hear this pretty often, like, oh, you're not looking, whenever like someone asks, like, oh, can I learn everything I need to learn with this in a very fast time? And then if you meet a completionist, consistency kind of person, they'll say, well, no tool is made perfect. You're going to go back and forth between tools, and you're going to complete and carry different tools. The idea is to find how to complete your requirements. Like, it could be any combination of things. Meanwhile, an efficiency person would say, what is the best way to do something? What is the collectively straightest arrow with the least number of deviations to get there? So in this case, if WaniKani had 100% N1 coverage, it would be far more attractive, right? And when it comes to efficiency, I actually think that accuracy would be relatively lower, but not that much more. I would say the 70 would be the average, and probably even 60% is tolerable, and it would go up to an 80%, right? I think they are willing to push even quicker at the expense of accuracy. What does this mean? It means that if you're still running into 60%, you can still keep going and you'll still learn things, right? You'll still continue to learn things. I'm saying that they are able to do that. They are comfortable. And when you're going fast, you typically have a higher tolerance for error. It's the cost of going faster, right? At least in my opinion, those who are successful in this lifestyle, they're trying to mitigate how much accuracy they lose at the exchange of speed, right? And oftentimes you can have the other end, the one archetype that I'm omitting, which I'll get to it because I feel like I reflect neither of these a lot of times, and that is the solely process oriented type of person. And I'll use myself as a way to contrast between these. So it's coming up with no surprises. This is very intentional. No, all right. And then in terms of times a day, I would say that it's even less tolerable. So the average would be like about 60 minutes, and it would get as low as 30 minutes. I think 30 minutes is often already too long for some of these guys. And of course, it can go as high as 90 minutes. So it's a shift to the left side. So if you're feeling like, I only have 30 days, like 30 minutes, and like I want to cram as much and go as fast, know that we have to keep in mind that WaniKani allows you to figure this stuff out. So you can, like an efficiency person, can still cross all of the reviews. So the workload can still be the same, which I'm going to go down to the bottom to explain that. The workload can still be the same between a completionist archetype and an efficiency archetype. However, at the sacrifice of their accuracy, they also gain time. So you can tolerate lower accuracies by saving more time. So that those are like the two really contrasting takeaways. You can have higher accuracy, but then your session gets longer if you spend more time focusing on getting it correct, right? The idea is you might be thinking, well, what if you can have both? When you compare a person with themselves, and if they go faster, their accuracy gets lower, and their rate of mistake correction is actually lower than slowing down and spending more time with a thing. That is not, in my opinion, a subjective thing. It's like, it's nearly objective, nearly. I'll still consider there's some subjectivity that you can make and argue. However, typically this is a human condition. When you slow down, pay attention, right? It gives you time to pay attention. Yes, you could argue, well, subjectively, the person could get bored. Like, well, we're equating the boredom to the same person. So when you take the same person and you ask them to do something 3 times as fast, their accuracy will go down and they will notice less ways to correct their error. When they slow down, they will have more time to correct their error and their accuracy will go up. You know, like that's nearly human condition. There's no like, I welcome anyone who have a very cogent and well-developed narrative to to provide and argue with me, like, you know, provide a alternative where that there's some world where a human can rush and accuracy goes up. Like as they continue to push their speed, somehow their accuracy goes up. That especially when it comes to mental encoding and active recall. I really have a hard time imagining this. I try. Don't get me wrong. I try, because if that did exist, man, you could help a lot of people, right? Like if I really did know something about how to get someone to move faster and somehow more accurate at learning new things, right? We're talking about learning new things. When you are learning and somehow you can go faster as opposed to deeper, faster versus deeper. Deeper wins out on accuracy and correction. Faster wins out on time and repetition. So you get more volume in per time at the cost of quality, right? Quantity over quality, that type of thing. And efficiency tries to, I get it. Some people say, well, efficiency tries to strive to balance the two. Yes. However, it's skewed when I'm talking about language learning. The archetype I'm talking about is the one where they try to use the efficiency thing as the bottom line, as opposed to think of it as an average. And the completionist is even skewed even further. They tend to spend like 10 to 20% longer for a 10 to 20% higher requirement in accuracy. Now, it's not always one-to-one because it's not entirely linear. However, we're going to use it for the sake of simplicity. So this is where we're drawing contrast. Now, in terms of mnemonic retention, I actually think this is fairly dramatic. I'm going to say when it comes to this, you might get 30%, right? Then you can get as low as like 10%. And this can go maybe up to 40%, possibly. Largely because when I think about someone who's trying to build for speed, they're usually more reliant on reducing extra information or routine. What does this mean? If you have to remember extra information, can you get around not remembering the extra information? So, like, for example, a large majority of the efficiency people would use WaniKani for the SRS, nothing else. They wouldn't read the mnemonics. They simply use repetition, right? Repetition. All the information already gathered, and simply ignore the mnemonics. Mnemonics take time, right? It's a new routine they have to develop. Efficiency is based on minimizing as few new routines that you need to develop in order to get to the same spot. So one basic routine that exists in nearly all humans is the ability to recognize and memorize. So that would be the basis. And then what they would do for the 10%, as low as 10%, up to 30%, and then 30% average, and then to 40%, is all the leeches. So all the consistently mistaken ones, which they'll have quite a few of them, those are the ones that could potentially have some mnemonic retention. Generally speaking, though, it's entirely optional. When it comes to, like, I rarely hear they're like, oh, like, if you're ever asking for advice and someone's like, oh, don't worry about the mnemonics, I just skip them most of the time anyways. Efficiency. The likelihood is that person is learning kanji based on efficiency. Someone else that argue like, well, I have fun trying to create mnemonics and then like try to learn why they chose mnemonic. That's kind of me. But for completionists, some people say like, well, I'll try to remember, at least read all of the mnemonics once and see if they're useful to me. Completionists. So that's why there's a higher retention, right? At least in my opinion. That's the comments. I peruse the forum on a daily basis, and you kind of collectively fall into these two categories in some way. Hypothetically, not describing any particular person. And efficiency has an asterisk here. So they probably do things every day. However, the difference here is they're going to do it multiple times a day. Very likely to do it multiple times a day. At least twice. 2 times per day. As opposed to 1 per day. So you could even argue it's double that. 14 in a week's time. And then when we go down to the workload, inefficiency, it has been settled most of the time. It's going to look like this. Now, it also will shift up and shift down. Because consistency in this way, workload consistency, is the thing that makes the train go. Now you can see that it is, and I can assert very strongly, it is possible to maintain any consistent workload, like a range of consistent workload, despite having different times of days, duration, and different accuracy exchanges. You can see that accuracy and time can exchange. These are factors that are very important to the quality of life. So when I pick these factors, I'm talking about factors that can be quantifiable, and they are often used as metrics to inform a person of how they're going. Like, how's it going? Should I keep continuing? Is it working better and stuff? So these are the most common factors that will inform the person, should I quit WaniKani or not? Or am I gaining anything from WaniKani? So I'm trying to share those perspectives. So when someone's like, oh, I'm getting around 70 and I'm just going really fast and I got 30-minute reviews, it feels good for someone who is focused on getting the job done as quickly as possible. And then you have individuals like, oh, I just like to go on my pace, and then it's about getting to the end, not necessarily getting to the end the fastest. Your accuracy requirements that I've been talking about, I've gotten the chance to practice some of these archetypes by speaking to various people across like the 500 days, and I tend to use this like archetype as a starting position. When someone asks me, oh, do you think 100% is a good accuracy? Do you think 80% is a good accuracy? When these things align, you can still achieve similar workloads at the exchange of very specific, even having differing goals, right? Now, this is where I come in, right? And this is a great way to, I'm using myself as an antidote to tell you that these are archetypes. A person will have a mix of correlated things. It's often very difficult to predict other people. I chose to represent data like this nowadays because it's my way of showing correlation but not causation, right? These things correlate. Now, when you look at humans, any singular person, it's going to vary to some extent. So how do you make correlation useful to gauge certain properties? You could tweak your goals based on this. So I'm going to illustrate by using myself as an antidote, right? So for myself, which we're going to put right on the personal line. The reason why I chose 502 is because this is where I'm projected to complete. So 502 is the completion date. I am on level 55. It takes roughly every 5 days to level up. So roughly will be around 520. It's actually like 525-ish days. Anywhere between 520 and 525 is when we will exhaust all our lessons, right? I always had intended to complete it in roughly the minimum time in which I do a lesson every day. So once every day, so like these guys, once every day, every single day, right? And that would equate up to 520 days. That's how we're getting it. So we get our 2,000 and our words, right? And then when there are updates, I will probably cover those as well. Right, and obviously then I'll hit here. And when it comes to accuracy, I have a curveball. I actually don't measure accuracy. So for all intents and purposes, it could be 100, it could be 0. However, it's closer to 100 because what I do is I error correct on the spot. And so I don't really, I don't have an accuracy measurement. Usually it will appear like 99.9% of the time. I at least figure it out in some way or shape or form, and I would compensate by using a routine, a curating routines and mnemonics and whatnot in order to fulfill those percentages. So I don't actually monitor accuracy. And when it comes to my time per day, now this gets a really crazy thing. So if I were to take an average, right? So average would be 2 hours. Now this is going to be a big asterisk because my workload is asymmetrical. It is not consistent across but for now, the time per day, the average is 2 hours. In this case, when I'm doing these things, the most common pattern that I see are people, they average out their workload, which is down here. So I'll explain that in a little bit once I get past, actually mnemonic retention we'll skip for now. And okay, so now we can go to workload. Actually, it worked out pretty well. My workload looks like this. So, I do not monitor my lessons. I do what's called, I'm just going to call it a 0-0 approach, which is a thing unique to WaniKani, I suppose, or any SRS really. Actually, specifically WaniKani and anything that has prescribed lesson planning. Prescribed lesson planning has a 0-0 approach. So a 0-0 approach is to complete all lessons and reviews as a set, so per day. So where the 0-0 is an upper limit approach. I started doing this and just happened to, it was a fun thought experiment. Can I do an asymmetrical, right? Can I do an asymmetrical workload? This was to contrast Hanzahiro, which was the traditional Chinese course, with an SRS system, and that was by default a flat. It was a flat workload. So how does this work out? So the reason why I say the average is 2 hours is because on these days, if I were to take across all 500 hours, it started like from day 0 to like 100, maybe even more, like to 200. It took about like 4 hours, I would even say 5 hours. And then from like 300 to 500, it got reduced down to about 2 hours. Now, it's not that the volume changed so that this blip is still here, is that the time that I did, the routines that I did got faster. They got significantly faster. So it's 2 hours plus on these days, and we have 5 hours plus earlier on. So most of the time it's 2 hours plus. At the higher limit would be like 3 hours. That's why I placed 180 as a respect. Now, that means that all these other days will fluctuate. They will fluctuate staggered. So these moments, these days, actually there's only 4 days here. Like there's only 3 days here. And then at day 4, it hits, day 4 is the last day. So these days they climb down. They typically have lower volume from the initial group. And on day 5s, a lot of times day 5s and 10s, they can be what's called 0-0 days. So, or 0 review days, which I refer to as 0 days. So there are 0 reviews. So basically nothing happens on those days. So technically I didn't, so this was an asterisk here as well. It's technically 7 days per week. That's provided that there are reviews on those days. And some days there aren't reviews. So that's kind of what happens. And this, why is this important? So this is the second half. So there's often a second half. So the second half of the unlocks. And it's lower because it's a smaller proportion. It's not the second half of the volume. It's the second half of each level. So this is a track of a per level thing. Now there's a big asterisk here too. It's per level up to level 42. So once you get to level 43 plus, it becomes a singular day. And that's what I have been working on in the last like 100 days. The majority of the last 100 days, we were working with single week rotations. So it's not necessarily a full week, it's roughly 5 days. So that means we only repeat this cycle. Basically, all hammered in, go down, hammer in, go down, hammer in, go down. So that's why, despite being on level 55 right now at this moment, it's day 2. It takes less than 25 days before I will have crossed 5 levels. Before, it used to take double the amount of time. So WaniKani has this thing where up to level 42, the way things are unlocked, you have to spend 2 cycles unless you do an efficiency approach. In an efficiency approach, you can do more than 1 session per day in order to get the one get into this one like area with less days. So that's how they go about it. I only do 1 session a day at all times. 1 session. I never come back to it for another like biological day. I have a sleep period before then, right? Hey, what's up, man? I used to go by Salty on your other account. I see. You did a little experiment this past week for fun just because you were curious? Alright. Alright. Neat, I guess. Thanks for sharing. Alright, so those are my workloads. Now, you obviously, anyone can take this and gauge where their importance are in their workload, but this is where the archetype stuff ends. Now we go and talk about the other stuff, the current state. We cover current state. Now we're talking about our routines and the future, right? So naturally, WaniKani is gonna be moving on at some point very soon. I already foreshadowed that in another 25 days-ish, we will be exhausting our lessons. So where do we go from there? In order to do that, we're gonna go over the routine. So we have lesson routine. So quickly to summarize the last 4 times we did this. So we have our lesson routine. So lessons is encoding. And nowadays, we're gonna do the current state of things. So typically either a character and or vocabulary word, right? We're gonna focus on characters. Actually, we could flow it in on here. So, vocab. We're already assuming that radicals are covered, right? That is a basic default. So, vocab, if it starts with vocab, it will still eventually hit the character routine, right? And when I'm looking at the thing at the top, the idea is we test the characters, test character knowledge. So you try to explain the vocab and or character's meaning by first looking at its read. Actually, not even its read. This is a little bit different. The reason why I can look at the vocab and the character and then think about its meaning is because the first routine I do is a Hanzi hero check. So a Hanzi check. A Hanzi is now the things from Hanzi hero, right? So this is a product of Hanzi hero. Is offering as a recall reference. So a vocabulary comes up and I look at it and I'm like, do I know the Hanzi? Largely because for completion's sake, Hanzi hero, I have a reference of nearly 4,000 Hanzi. And they already have prescribed meanings to them. Now, how useful is this? Well, I've talked about this. People ask quite often about this when they see me transition between the two. I would say, relatively speaking, greater than 70% of the characters can be used when it comes to kanji and hanzi. As in, if you were to guess based on what that is, you can wiggle your way to connecting it to each other's meaning back and forth. So this would be the first routine that I do now. I look at a vocabulary word and I ask myself, what is it in Chinese? And it's not because I want it to be the same. That's very different. Is I'm getting to use my Hanzi. I'm double dipping in routines. I'm connecting Japanese with Chinese characters. So I'm connecting kanji with Hanzi. It's a practice that will give me an opportunity to bridge Japanese and Chinese. It's the same with English. Even though some people say like, oh, you're going to be translating the rest of your life, fair enough. I'm still going to be translating for the rest of my life when I look at kanji and Hanzi. It's part of the routine. I want to know the connections between the association between English, Japanese, and Chinese. If I were a little bit stronger, have some time, I could throw in Spanish. But usually it goes like Japanese, it's linked with Chinese, and then I have to do a translation in English, and then that English can be associated with Spanish. That's kind of the routine that I have going. And all that extra time when someone says, oh, you're spending a lot of extra time translating when you want to be fluent in Japanese. I'm like, I'm spending most of my time learning and practicing all of the languages that I'm working on. I'm not separating them because I'm also needing to practice them. So the ideal case is that when I'm learning Hanzi, Hanzi, I can get an extra opportunity to use it as a tool to relate to kanji and vice versa. I actually didn't talk about this. I kind of skipped over this in Hanzi Hero. I forgot to mention it. So this is what I actually do first. And then because of that, I also investigate its relationship with its read. Now, I talked about this yesterday or 2 days ago where it's less reliable, right? This is definitely less reliable in Japanese. In Hanzi, it can be a trigger cue. Hanzi has reliable, like I would say 80% ish have a sound radical. It's kind of like a construed with the sound radical. Japanese, I would say it's in the reverse, like less than 40%. So when I'm trying to look at it, I'm still going to do it. Like, I look at it and say, huh, this kind of looks like a sho, or a ko, or a kyaku. And typically when I'm talking about the read, it's referring to the onyomi. And then I rationalize. Otherwise, I ask myself, is it a kunyomi? And that's all I say. Like in kunyomi, it's all fun and games because everything is fair. Onyomi can hit the place. There's no reason like for somebody to like. It's very fair game when someone says like, but you'll know it anyways, right? What's the point of guessing? Why do you want to guess anyways? The reason for me is I'm practicing deduction. I'm practicing the output of recalling. And when I'm practicing, I'm also practicing my Chinese. Like I'm practicing my traditional Chinese. In fact, when I'm looking at a character, this comparison is also comparing the writing. We're also comparing writing because there are writing variations between the two. So I make those connections. There's no reason, there's no goal-oriented efficiency reason for you to do this. I'm practicing deduction. Deduction is the use of a skill when it's appropriate. However, when someone looks at efficiency, it's like, well, I'm already going to get the right answer. I'm already going to get the accurate answer and the real thing. So there's no reason but to get it right the first time. So read the thing before guessing, right? That's fair enough. Like, you'll save time by doing that. And I'm not going to sit here and try to gaslight you on what's the importance of practicing deduction. You can probably fill in the blanks on when you try to solve problems and you have incomplete information, right? The hot take is when you have incomplete information, you might not always have the right answer on hand. An efficiency person would argue, well, I always have the internet at the palm of my hands in my smartphone, so I always have the right answer. Fair enough, right? That person hopefully will continue their life doing everything when they're working and when they're solving problems and stuff to never come across a problem that is novel enough that they don't have a right answer, but they would require critical thinking skills to deduce something. For myself, this is what makes things memorable. So if I wanted to make a TLDR about why do I do this, it makes the thing memorable. If I could remember it and deduce it, that means it already exists up here. It is a active way of telling yourself that you didn't rely on something that you still need to learn. You'll know what you need to know. If you fail to guess something, fail to do something, it will help provide clarity. So the TLDR for why I do this is I will be more active in understanding what I know, what I can know or understand, in this case, what I can understand. And then when I go to encode, I know better what information is missing. So then when I go and do the next step, which I don't get, then I do the read, then we guess the meaning, right? The meaning in some way, usually is not the most reliable. Then when we read, we confirm and learn the missing information. And this becomes more like initially, one thing you have to keep in mind, we're talking about the period between 400 days and 500 days. So the goal when you have foundations, this is foundation practice. So all of this stuff is to practice your foundations. It is less, I haven't talked about this stuff when I was covering my first 100 days or my second, or like even my first 200 days, possibly, because there aren't any, the foundations are still weak. They're being established. However, the way WaniKani is trying to focus on is to create a foundation and things move faster. So when things move faster, I do more. So as my Hanzi and my kanji swell up into, like, we're talking about the combination of both Japanese and Chinese when it comes to characters and their writing variations and their representation and the variation between like certain characters having multiple meanings and their desperate meanings between the two languages, we're ballooning up to like 6,000-ish unique character associations, and how they relate to each other is very important to me because I have all of them as foundations now. So as the days get higher, I am looking at things more and more complex. They are far more complex than they seem. When you are at 0, the thing you're trying to do is do like when you're a little kid, right? When you're a kid, you look at it, you memorize it, and you hope that it sticks long enough so that you can build on it as an adult. In my opinion, most people don't do this anymore, even as an adult. When you get older, if you don't have to solve any problems, you don't have to critically think, combine A, B, C, create a conclusion, test the conclusion, see how accurate it is, and still not know if it's correct. It simply is an approximation, extrapolate and deduction. If you don't belong in a career, like you're not in a career that does any of those things, you don't need that skill. So I can perfectly concede that this stuff sounds like a waste of time. It is when you don't do it, when you don't have no application for needing to deduce things with incomplete information in order to get an approximation, and then how do you confirm and test, and then ask yourself, how do you find the missing information? How do you test and look for the missing information? That type of line of thinking is not required for anyone who's looking for an answer that already exists. Absolutely. I still do it for answers that exist because it helps me test what I actually know. It helps me test what I actually understand. It makes the latter decision making a lot easier for me. Not everyone does the latter decision making, and we're about to get to that. And that's this is pretty much the routine most of the time, in a little bit more fleshed out way than the Hanzi Hero approach. Right? So now we get into our review routine. What happens in our review? And this is where I mean by I focus on the process, because the process happens far more regularly than the content. Like, sure, if you have problems with one kanji, it's still the one kanji, right? When I talk to someone who is focused on efficiency, have no interest, not that they're lazy, sort of, They could be lazy, but we're not talking about laziness here. It's not an ad hominem argument. When someone has no interest, right? No interest in higher level comparisons or analyses or creative process like construction and output, then they simply would rely on memorization, recognition, and a trigger. And that is sufficient to probably, it's sufficient. Like people read English all the time. It's sufficient for native language to retain and do all that. Now, when it comes to the review process, this is where it differs, because the things I'm going to say is probably incredibly laborious, exhausting to someone that is an efficiency bound person. It might even seems a little bit more approachable to someone who is consistent and a completionist, because they are more interested in collecting different routines, not curating and refining down to only the things they need. They might be willing to collect this. And for myself, I'm at a really extreme end. I'm far more fascinated by the way I think, the way I'm actively solving things. And all the content that I consume is a byproduct. It's a good byproduct. I might learn Japanese to maybe an N2 level or something by the time we're done with all our processes, and maybe I'll be able to hold some casual conversations, but not fluently. That's fair. The process that I'm doing involves everything I ever do. Like, I prefer to be working on the skill that I use every single day. The moment someone talks to me, I am using deductive reasoning. Emotional intelligence requires deductive reasoning. Listening to someone and conversing with them requires deduction, improvisation, right? Less so predictability, routine, and stereotyping, like assuming ideal cases. It's often the other nature, where you have to extrapolate consistently in real time. So how do you get comfortable with doing that? It's not by assuming things always stay the same and you just keep repeating the same thing, right? And to me, I've already said this at the end of my Hazi Hero today, one of the superpowers of humans is the ability to critically think in the moment. You can see errors, you can adjust, course correct dynamically in a process that's still, to this day, very difficult to mirror. For better or for worse. Like, it's also very loose. It's also fuzzy logic, right? So when you're trying to get an AI, for example, to try to do that, you're intentionally trying to encapsulate all the fuzzy logic that a human can do. And to some extent, it's great. However, I like to think, I don't see AI as a way to reflect human behavior, but AI to reflect AI behavior. And in my opinion, nowadays, the people who are efficiency bound when it comes to thinking, they want to become AI. Like, their characteristics become very similar to AI. Basically, the questions they ask, the tasks that they do can be facilitated by AI. And then when they do a career, they often ask the question, can they be replaced by AI? And that's usually one and the same. It's very correlating. Not that I'm saying there's any particular person that would be that. I honestly think when someone's livelihood is challenged, the human side kicks in. The preservation, the fuzzy logic, the ethical, moral arguments, those are create fuzzy logic. And then when you think about what AI performs worst in, is usually whenever it deals with human fuzzy logic. Like, for example, the housing crisis, or like war, like things that require fuzzy logic in terms of moment to moment. Because if you ask, like, say, a person on AI or a person who's truly trying to be objective, how do you solve, when you ask them, like, how do you solve ultra processed foods? get rid of them. That's the efficient question. That's the efficient answer. Don't make processed foods, right? That is what I mean by humans. It might sound ridiculous, and most people say, well, that's ridiculous. It's oversimplifying things. It's like, but that is the solution. The solution is to remove the source, right? Occam's razor and all that. Efficiency drives that. And I think in my time, the large majority of early on in my language learning journey, the majority of the people are efficiency bound archetypes. They make arguments, they talk about routines that are specifically focused on Occam's razor. What is the least amount of effort? What is the least amount of things I can do to straight arrow my way to memorizing all this stuff so then I can use it and then start worrying about informing deductive reasoning and participating in problem solving skills and creating memories and emotional attachments. That comes after doing all the stuff. And that's what I mean. It's not like I'm saying the efficiency people never do deductive reasoning, emotional intelligence, critical thinking, and problem solving skills. They do it later. You objectify language learning first, make it rudimentary as possible, bootstrap the heck out of it, and then you worry about all of this stuff later. For myself, I don't. So whenever someone says, aren't you afraid of applying the wrong pitch accent to Japanese? No. I do it every single day and I try my best to correct it as I go. Because I'm constantly critically thinking and problem solving. You don't have to do that because it takes up time. It's exhausting, it's hard, and it's unrewarding to the people who don't want to do that. It is hard, rewarding, exhausting, and I get better at it. So how do I get better at problem solving and fixing mistakes? Make mistakes and work on them. So while I do sympathize with people who say I scored a 100% on N5 through N1 and then now I should be able to speak, and then you realize when you output something and you're interacting with someone that's dynamic, as in someone who's no longer learning Japanese and who didn't think of Japanese as a efficiency task but more of a holistic humanized task, natural things, then there's a gap between someone who's objective minded, who objectify the language, all the way up to the point where they have to then practice critical thinking and deductive stuff. And what is a skill that involves critical thinking and deductive reasoning? Communication skills. You're talking to another human being that's likely to engage in that. The assumption of assuming that the person you're talking to is the ideal quintessential thing that you objectively train for can still help. Many people would say, oh, it's good to memorize and use repetition of a natural native example. I'm like, yeah, that's great. It will help the transition. It's not going to help you become more improvisational, constructive, and develop ideas and talk about ideas. When you're socially anxious and you're having problems holding a conversation, even with yourself, like right now I'm having a conversation with myself, right? Recording my ideas, explaining my ideas in a flow chart with lines and stuff. If you're unable to do that yourself in your native language, the odds of being able to do that in a target language and speak to someone who is going to be unlikely culturally similar to you, or possibly you're hoping it's coincidentally similar to you, that requires an even higher level of critical thinking and problem solving skills. And sometimes it's called emotional intelligence. And why is emotional intelligence very nebulous, and even possibly some argue there's no such thing? And largely because it's hard to objectify emotional intelligence. Like, hey, if you know how to speak proper Japanese, then obviously the conclusion is that when you go to Japan, you'll be able to speak to 100% of the people with no misunderstandings, no cultural variations, no form of improvisation involved. You can simply speak 100% of the time that you trained. Is that what happens? No. And I really think that ideally, you could say, well, maybe you can count for all of the human variations of Japanese in your studies. It's like, then when are you going to make time to interact with humans? Right? Because the full spectrum of humans is not the same as studying the statistical average of humans, which is what I continue to emphasize here. When I'm talking about the completionist archetype and the efficiency archetype, that is an ideal corollary average. That human itself is unlikely to exist. Very unlikely to exist. Like an average human is not an existing human. I think this is a great way to kind of shout out to John Green, because I remember one of the shorts that one of the vlogbutter videos that he put up. He talked about the average human being. Like, let's talk about this average human being, and he describes a lot of the metrics, the factors, much like WaniKani, the factors, and he was describing this hypothetical average human being. And it sounds all reasonable. However, when you try to find an average human being, like the one that meets all the averages, right? Like when you combine, every time you add another factor, the probability of it being average is going to go down. A human being is not a collection of averages. A human being is a collection of many factors that can be summarized in the human population as potential averages. So you're not talking about any one human, like a collective of any one human's aspect. You're averaging a bunch of humans. They don't exist. The average human does not exist. Like a human with average height, average something, average hobbies, average lifespan, average like emotional intelligence, average, like all of those things, an average human does not exist. The probability gets lower and lower every time you add one extra factor. So the idea is that when you're thinking about these things, like language learning, and you're saying, oh, this character means this, and you're thinking about it in a volume, in a void, in a vacuum, right? 1A equals B. It gets astronomically and exponentially far more complicated when you're trying to feel and internalize a target language. The idea is you start there. And then when you get that moment of clicking and stuff, that's not because you suddenly know all your foundations one-to-one. Is the summation and the integration of all the information makes you feel like you're capable of holistically have a semblance of consistency where you're improvising, deducing, and kind of like instantaneous, like intuition, right? Intuition. Yeah, it's a holistic process. So in this way, how do you try to encourage that? How do you try to do that actively instead of constantly relying on chance, right? Oh, I'm just gonna go and immerse all day, and then suddenly I'm gonna develop critical thinking and problem solving skills in a target language of which I don't practice myself in my native language when it involves communicating with someone. Well, you do it when you can. And that's kind of my encouragement. Provided and this is a big asterisk, provided you have enough time. Right? You have to choose. You have to choose to be actively wanting to do this. That would imply that you also make the time to do it. So one thing that I can concede to is someone says, I don't have time for this. Just tell me what the right answers are. Right? And I'll just memorize the right answer. Fair enough. And the reason why I bring this up is because later down the road, you may or may not need this skill. And practicing it every day or practicing it in some way, it's kind of like, hey, speak Japanese or try to learn and immerse in Japanese as much as you can. Well, it's the same it's very similar for most skills. If you're not practicing critical thinking and problem solving skills, when you need it, it will be very difficult. Much like when you're practicing one aspect of the Japanese language, and then when you need to do something, there's a bottleneck, right? Because holistically you require a lot of different things, aspects of Japanese. Critical thinking requires that too. So for myself, I practice that each and every day. So critical thinking is more of a walk in a park. In fact, I actually think creating another language, like using a conlang, would be a very interesting type of topic. And you can kind of see, you can argue with me, well, it's already done. There's a lot of people who are interested in language who does that. Yeah, they're the critical thinking people. So like oftentimes when you think of your examples, when you're constantly thinking about, oh yeah, this polyglot, so cool, like I wish I could do things as easy as them as, and all that stuff. Those examples, in most, I would say I'm willing to wager some imaginary pride, I guess, some imaginary pride or my professional integrity to argue that the vast majority of gold standard people, the people that are archetypically being referred to in like the learning space or even in the language learning space, I haven't met any of them. I also haven't interviewed all of them. I might not even know all of them, but I'm willing to wager that all of them will present something that deals with deductive reasoning and critical thinking skills in their solution to trying it underlies their solution to how to be successful at acquiring new information, using it, and also retaining it. In fact, a lot of times people go on to make exactly WaniKani to apply their critical thinking skills. So like making an app about the way you learned is a critical thinking exercise on how to pass on information while using the information you have learned. Teaching is my incentive for that. So I learned whatever I learned in WaniKani, and I'm doing this very exercise so that I can retain most of my observations, the things I can internalize. This is not scripted. Most of the things I talk about for like 6 hours straight, or when I meet a stranger and they talk about something, it's not scripted. Most of the stuff is through very enthusiastic, not grindy, incredibly rewarding exercise in practicing what ideas can you come up with. So this is the basis of how I remember language. Language is how creative and integrated can I get in learning while using the language. I learn on the one hand, and I immediately learn to explain it. I read something, I put it together, and I immediately try to explain that relationship. When I see an opportunity to explain something that I learned, I don't have to explain it in Japanese or Chinese when I can't do it yet, but at least I will know how to say that particular word, talk about that particular script in the best of my ability. So then it will be solidified and salient. And then when I put the puzzles together, then it becomes very natural. Otherwise, in my opinion, it's kind of like having a jigsaw puzzle with puzzle pieces that don't fit together. Like, that's gonna, in my opinion, that's gonna be how it feels when it comes to a human being who has people put the puzzles together for them. So, like, you can watch someone do a jigsaw puzzle, or you can do the jigsaw puzzle yourself and see how it interacts. You can even have someone tell you where to put the puzzle, and that's kind of what the internet is. People learn languages by having their hand held through the entire process. And I think Drama mentioned something. It gets boring. It gets boring very quickly. I don't think you're intellectually stimulated at all when someone is holding your hand. You don't have to try everything, obviously. Like, there are definitely certain things in life that you don't want to test or leave up to chance. Like, I don't know, going parachuting or something. I get it, right? The idea is doing both. You can do both. You can watch someone's video and critically think about it. Not watch somebody's video and say, okay, that's the only instance of this thing, and it can only happen that way. That's usually not the case. It not only is not the case, it's most of the time it's never the case. Like, when you see an example and you think that you're gonna go do it, and it's gonna exactly be like that as a human being. I mean, yes, you could be incredibly talented, sure. I guess there are people out there, very rare people, who are able to completely mirror eidetic skills without practicing the skills at all. They can see something and they can completely capture verbatim the video that they watched. I'm not one of those people. So it's a very sobering and humbling, even inspiring witness when I see someone who's capable of doing that. Do I see that, and do I believe that? No. I think 90% of the time, most people can create a facsimile of what is demonstrated. It is also through deductive reasoning and critical thinking skills that not only can someone reproduce something with practice faithfully, they might even be able to exceed it and improve upon it. That is the most important part. That, in my opinion, that is the incentive of what I'm doing. The TLDR is that I'm not here to simply say, oh, I'm here to imitate. I kind of want to do more with it. So how do you get better at learning a language? Well, let's go test things. You can get worse, obviously. I could introduce a thing that is much worse, much time consuming. The results will obviously speak for themselves. However, the exercise in doing it is required to ever change something, to ever do analytical skills, comparative analyses, and creation. I think the vast majority of my conversations with people who are data driven, who like talk about knowing their correlations and then they provide examples, it doesn't take very long, at least for me, weird flex, I suppose, to either introduce a counterexample that doesn't necessarily refute their claims, but more introduce them to other alternatives. It's far more regularly engaging to talk to someone when you're capable of comparative analyses while creating new lines of thinking, like new roads. Like, how do you lead a conversation? It's not by reciting all the things you have already learned, right? You're taking in information and you're leading conversation. So you constantly have to be marrying new information as you're going. Now, there are certain ways to compensate. You can do something so long, so good, so well, and so many times that you can intuit it. I think that's what most language learners, at least in my opinion, the people that I've met, hope that is how they're going to learn the language. And for myself, the answer is both. I don't have to sit here and wait and constantly repeat at like until I grind my spirit away to burnout in order to hope that I'm somehow one day will intuitively, it just clicks and then I'll realize all of my things, right? I don't have to spend the whole time being miserable, at least in my opinion. That's what people, like, that's how it's projected to me, like being miserable, apprehensive, ambivalent, and disinterested in the day-to-day while trying to hope for that. I could do that and this at the same time. So my kind of like PSA in a sense, I'm willing to even engage in social experiments with other people on their journeys, because getting them, asking them each day in day out when they come by in months times and stuff, like, oh, what have you been doing? Have you discovered something new? What have you noticed? Those are the questions that involve this. Now, obviously, I'm not that person, so I am only limited by how often that person is willing to engage with me. For myself, I do it every single day, every moment of my life. Like, when I'm speaking to someone, I'm already testing things. I'm already deducing things. It is how I stay considerate, right? If you're constantly stuck in one track mind and you're all often wonder like, oh, if I start with an idea and the idea ends, I don't know where to go anymore. These are, you can make an argument, maybe you're intelligently deficient, like maybe you can make an argument you're neurologically atypical. Fair enough. I'll concede to that. I'm not here to convince people whether they are atypical or neurotypical. I think that with practice, even someone who is in a current state will have acquired a skill that, sure, it might not be as good comparing apples and oranges to another person, but it will alleviate that concern. The idea that, what if I can't come up with an idea to talk about? What if I have nothing to write about? What if I learned all of this Japanese and I simply don't want to use the Japanese? I prefer to just listen to people, but whenever I want to speak Japanese, I can't. Even in a like a crude way, and always constantly concerned about what if I made a mistake and now I can't unmistake myself. That kind of the things. I know unmistake is not a word, but I feel like it's a very appropriate Gen Z hybridization. An unmistake. How do you unmistake yourself? Like, how do you undo a habit? Those are the kind of things. Well, in my opinion, when you understand how to problem solve, these things at least can be a little cathartic. Like, so what if you created a bad habit? If you have problem solving skills, in my opinion, you might feel a little bit more rest assured. It's like, okay, well, all right, come what may, I'll develop a bad habit, but that habit will be something that I can solve and repeat and use to my advantage, right? All right, so now we get into the review process. What does that have to do with everything I said for 3 hours, like the last 30 minutes? Problem solving skills. So when it comes to the review, that's where most of my attention was the last 500 days. In fact, it wasn't even the last 500 now. It's the last, like, the first 400 days. The last 100, I basically have a routine that was sufficient to account for like 99.9% of my stuff for the time being. So until a new challenge, which I'll talk about in a bit, comes along, we won't really be iterating on this process anymore. So for the review, it's usually, most of the time, again, a vocab, right? So review, I do an intuition check. Intuition. This is that thing that most people hope for, right? The thing that I talked about, where people hope that 100% of the time this happens. That's their goal. They want this to happen. And for myself, I use it as a test. So it's an intuition test. And so far in Japanese, I would say it's pretty reasonable. It's 80%. Yeah, it's about 80%. It's no more than 80%, actually. And that's when you start throwing, it's like, wait, what do you mean 80%? Does that mean you get like 20% of the stuff wrong? No, because intuition is not where it stops. It does stop for a lot of people. In fact, I would say it stops for most people. So oftentimes when the intuition test fails, right, this is equivalent to their accuracy. So you're constantly testing your intuition, and then your intuition is a reflection of accuracy. That's not where I go, right? The next step is when the intuition step fails, we go back up here. So we look at either the vocabulary. If it's not the vocabulary, we start at the character. And then we go through all of that. We go through all of the things. So it's in this order. I go through and test what I know. And then when it fails, it ends up in a confirmation. So I confirm with the WaniKani and I add the missing information. Or I look for the information and I add. So it's either through confirming, learning missing information, plus adding additional information. So adding personal mnemonics, right? Personal associations. So now I'm going through the routine of doing all these things if intuition fails. And generally speaking, when this goes on, we would account for then the other. So this is what I would call the mnemonic and mnemonic/association test. So this is where all the analytical skills come in, right? We analyze, compare, and this accounts for greater than 20% of the rest. So the combination of these two tasks allows me to correct errors, right? Personalize a routine. So this routine here, right? This routine going back here, this is called the troubleshooting loop that I spoke far more in detail when I was developing it, like the earlier days. Troubleshooting loop. So this is self-perpetuating. My ideas and my mnemonics become more and more elaborate. So these things naturally become more elaborate as difficulty goes up, if I have a difficulty. And it is through this that most of the stuff that I talk about, or the things that are important to me, comes about. So that is the quickest way I can think about talking about my review routine. It is establishing the original learning cycle and then constantly building on top of it. Now, there are other things now. So in the future, this is set in stone. So I no longer work on this too often. And there are particular there aren't any, at least in my opinion, particular problems that are coming up. It's largely due to WaniKani's limited scope, right? And now we're moving into the future things. And the future things is, in one word, Boom Pro. which I've already started integrating, talking about WaniKani in it. So in the future, I won't be covering WaniKani anymore, right? So where does WaniKani go? When I look at BoomPro, grammar is BoomPro's uniqueness, but there is an overlap in BoomPro, and that's vocabulary. Sometimes grammar, but we're gonna fixate on vocabulary. Now, WaniKani does introduce vocabulary, but they're introducing vocabulary for the purpose of kanji reading, for like reading characters and associating that. However, BoomPro, the vocabulary is used in a form of sentences. So whenever a vocabulary is introduced, it is now cross-referenced with the WaniKani routine. So this actually goes back up here. So we do this whole cycle, this cycle that we've been working on. Whenever BoomPro in the vocabulary engages in intuition check, right? Because we already do that in WaniKani. We do an intuition check, and then we check with WaniKani. So that's kind of what I do. I do the character study as I'm encoding, right? As I'm encoding. And then we integrate, and the additional information is the BoomPro information. So things from like jisho and example sentences. And that's where WaniKani is going in the future. So whenever I do vocabulary studies or vocabulary reviews, it will be as a cross-reference to WaniKani. And I would be doing it actively in an active recall and then bringing up reference. So when active recall fails, right, then I would use WaniKani as a reference material. So now I can keep WaniKani on the side, which I don't know how to display that. Maybe I won't, maybe I will. The idea is anytime I'm learning new, remember that this is old vocabulary, but new information. This is a very important point that I'm trying to make, which I tried to make in the BoomPro section, the first 100-day BoomPro review, the tentative ticks there. The vocabulary itself might be old, which is what I talked about with drama earlier about endings. If your ending is that this, like a word means this, then the ending can stay the same. How you get to the ending can change depending on the information you have. So oftentimes when you have problems with a vocabulary word, more information associated with your existing knowledge can create another way to remember it or enhance and reinforce it. So BoomPro has old vocabulary and some new, but a lot of old ones, but new information. So this is where the jisho comes in, right? The jisho entry, the grammar text, and example sentences. So this is the new thing. So oftentimes, whenever I have to discover a new word or example sentence, we're using a WaniKani routine and bridging. We're trying to bridge the example sentences. And this is what I'm working on now. So right now, it's very similar to Hanzahiro. We're bridging sentence construction. And I already explained in the BoomPro section how I'm reading vocabulary example sentences, but really practicing grammar. So anytime I read a sentence, I'm practicing the grammar routine, the grammar thing. So in BoomPro, there's this workflow, and I do it as frequently as I can possibly do it across all the example sentences. I'm asking myself, okay, do I know the relationship? What grammar rule is this? What grammar is as I'm reading old vocabulary words in new information, because new grammar context. For the WaniKani side, WaniKani will specifically become a secondary reference and an active recall reference for anything that I read in BoomPro, because I need to practice those things. I want to retain the character studies, and those character studies will become extra accents or an alternative information base to create. They become the new source of personal association. And I already started this since we started BoomPro. Like whenever I add a note, it would be a WaniKani modified mnemonic device. And I just realized there's one thing that I did skip, right? And now we come back to it. So there's this thing called mnemonic retention, right? And oftentimes when an efficiency person and a completionist that I've encountered, when they talk about mnemonic devices, their retention, they're talking about the actual mnemonic, the WaniKani provided mnemonic. Now, it's hard for me to quantify how much of the WaniKani that is retained for me, because the WaniKani mnemonics is integrated. So it's internalized, much like the Hanzahiro one. My way of writing and shorthanding my mnemonics is based on their approach of building their mnemonics. So at most, I can tell you that it is at least 60% and greater, because I do not encode or develop a mnemonic without using something that I already learned from WaniKani. How impactful that is, it is always going to be part of my mnemonic. Like every single kana has a mnemonic word attached to it, and over 90% of them are because I've seen it over and over again, because it's part of the process in WaniKani. So like Miss Cho, Ko, Jo, Joe, Joanne, right? Car, saw, yogurt, sexy, right? Row, all of them are part of my foundations now. And it's not 100% either their mnemonic, because I have integrated them into my Hanzahiro, my Chinese, and all of the other examples. And I've since matriculated and converted that idea by switching some of the radicals. I even made my own, like integrated and tweaked certain radicals to fit my needs and my understanding. So in all cases, nearly all of the mnemonics that I've ever built myself, all the mnemonics that I skipped in WaniKani, or I skipped them by reading them and then modifying them. So technically I'm not retaining the WaniKani thing. However, I'm implementing all of the WaniKani things. So it might as well be 100, or depending on your argument, the weight of what is literally from WaniKani, probably 60%. From my perspective, it's 100%, because nearly everything is built on the foundation and the approach, the process of WaniKani. Now, could I use an entirely different process to remember those things? Absolutely. Hanzahiro doesn't use the same process, by the way. Like, what I mean is their underlying foundations of how they construct the mnemonic was an entirely different thing. So I could convert all of that Japanese to the same structure, right? That's not the point. The point is to collect multiple routines. So in this way, that is the curveball. So it took me a while to get to the mnemonic retention, because it is built into understanding the process of thinking. So the mnemonic construction involves these things. This little like cycle routine there. So my mnemonic construction now has WaniKani and Hanzuhiro kind of weaved in together along with all my other stuff. My problem solving skills, antonym, synonym. Right? I have a Duolingo routine. I don't talk about Duolingo here. When we revisit Duolingo, which is going to happen because I haven't really completed those projects, largely because I set a 1-year limit. All of this stuff is going to go to that. So then it's going to be different. Like, it's no longer going to be the same. We're going to have many other routines, many other fail-safes. And that's a way to layer all of the knowledge. So I might not be able to remember every mnemonic. However, I understand the process in which it works. Much like I hope one day I remember the process of speaking Japanese. The process of communicating in Chinese. Those are the keys. I'm not here to do like there is another archetype that I typically, it's very difficult to categorize. Like, I picked completionist and efficiency because they're like middle of the road. There are other archetypes. The perfectionist archetype, right? The perfectionist, and then also the speedrunner. Efficiency person is not a speedrunner. That's very different. Efficiency tries to balance certain things. Completionist people try to balance certain things. Completionist is not the same as a perfectionist. The perfectionist is you crank all of the correlations of a completionist up to max, as in they only operate on idealism, on confirmation. A speedrunner is minimalistic. They try to reduce and increase efficiency and crank it to the max. So I chose something a little bit more modest, a little bit more in the middle, right? Obviously, some of the factors that I chose, like over here, have an upper limit issue. You have to extend to the other thing, but I was trying to be a little bit more conservative and chose an upper limit. And all of this stuff is going to come back in another 100 days. Now, the thing I do have to talk about here is that WaniKani will likely go into the background, so I won't be like covering or streaming my sessions after a while. I don't know when. So right now, the next time we're probably going to be considering these things is that, do I do review until all items are burned, right? I don't know. The idea, it's probably not going to be, because if in another 25 days I'll hit my last like set of reviews or a set of lessons, it would take 6 months to see them get burned. So likely that the current plan is that somewhere around June 25th ish, I'm going WaniKani will be parts. WaniKani will be added into BoomPro. So I will be talking about WaniKani and stuff in the background on the side, or maybe I can try to display it in some way with the BoomPro session. But there will be WaniKani will then go to the background. As in, I won't be recording like the session or stuff. It is assumed that I'm gonna continue doing my reviews as I see fit, and then perhaps when all of these are burned, I can write another thing. We'll write another like a update, maybe like a concluding update. It's probably the plan. Will I do another like a concluding, like a candid conclusion? I typically call my end sessions of my project on June 25th. Maybe I might do something special for when the end of the project, because for all intents and purposes, this is probably the end. This is if I had to make it, it's very much like a candid conclusion to my stuff. However, maybe I will do a separate thing where, hey, this is the longest project I've ever done. Let's go and reminisce about something. Because it's not going to change very much from this. So for all intents and purposes, while Hanzahiro is going to continue, I guess officially, this would probably be the candid conclusion. It would be the last time something substantial is going to happen. We're still going to play by ear how it weaves in. So this might be the last. This will be the last WaniKani thing. However, when we cover Boom Pro, right? When we cover Boom Pro, which will be the rest of the year, so we're there's still like, it's kind of interesting. Boom Pro's at what, 152 days? Yeah. So there's still more than half of the year. So Boom Pro coverage, so Boom Pro's tentative takes are still going to take WaniKani into consideration. So for all intents and purposes, this is going to be officially the last time. So it's both a tentative take and a candid conclusion for the time being, right? Last time for WaniKani. Hanzahiro is going to probably have a 600 day thing, because we're doing sentence construction. I don't have a secondary application that I'm comfortable with yet for like copyright reasons and whatnot to do. So we're still in the market for something interesting to do with Chinese. For now, Hanzahiro has another feature where we can add words, we can mine words, and then create sentences. That's a way to create an analogous but a different approach to what Boom Pro is applying. Boom Pro is providing grammar and sentence construction as an input. And in Hanzahiro, my relationship with Chinese is a little different, or Mandarin specifically. So we're going to try a different approach where we're going to use construction, so output, as a form of creating new inputs for the sentence constructing and incentivizing grammar. So it's two different routines and approaches that I can compare and contrast for the remainder of Hanzahiro to compare and contrast with Boom Pro. That was the idea from last year, which I took WaniKani and Hanzahiro and comparatively analyzed them while integrating them together. So it is deliberate. I'm not intentionally trying to do the same thing for multiple things. In fact, my first year was Duolingo, and oftentimes people kept yelling at me saying, it's cookie cutter. You do the same exact thing. They basically just copy and pasta a language and then apply the same system. Yes, I agree with most of them in terms of if that's all you can do. If the only thing you can do is, if you are handed a tool and you can only do as much as the tool is instructed, that's kind of like saying you took a knife and someone told you knife is only for cutting bread. In fact, a lot easier topic is you purchased an onion chopper as opposed to purchasing a knife. I'm more of the knife person, where I take a tool and I can imagine a lots of ways of using it. So I would buy the tool that has more utility that I can use, despite the tool having a static property. So whenever someone tells me this is the right way to use a highly utilitarian tool, I'm not with you. That's kind of like the opposite effect, where someone says, oh, this is the correct way to chop an apple. I'm like, the correct way to chop an apple? And then how do you evaluate it? It's like, well, it's the most efficient, the safest way. I'll say, okay, that's cool. What about other things like creativity, or like when you're measuring something based on something else, right? Other things and different ways. What if you're making an apple salad and not in eating the apple alone? What about dicing the apple? Things like that. All of them have different ways, and they all have also optimized in different and efficient ways. Language learning is also very similar in that you give me a tool, but I'm not going to restrict myself to just the tool. In fact, that forms the foundation of how to become an intermediate learner. You know, the idea of becoming intermediate, I'm not even sure how this terminology came about, where someone says they're an intermediate learner as someone who has gone through high school and college. You're not an intermediate learner. You're intermediate in the information that you're trying to remember. Like you have an intermediate amount of knowledge. You're not an intermediate learner. In fact, I would say many advanced Japanese speakers have a beginner level of learning. Like, the more restricted your learning is, you're a beginner learner. So those are very important terms to me. When someone says like, oh, now you're an intermediate Japanese language learner, and you know, you have two different types, right? If you're wondering, well, MAKU, there's no way there's a difference. Like, okay, imagine this scenario. It's a super common scenario that I encounter on a regular basis. You have two quote-unquote intermediate Japanese language learners, right? Intermediate language learners. And they both have the same knowledge because that's how they're evaluated. Like, oh, you're an N3, so you both have intermediate language learning in Japanese. And then you compare their routines. You compare how they got there. And it's often apples and oranges. It's because they aren't learners. Their learning strategy is not the thing you're comparing, is your content that you know. So you're intermediate in Japanese. That I would agree with, like the quantification of that. The way you became intermediate in Japanese is what I'm emphasizing is important. It is very incredibly important to understand that the way you learn can be, for lack of a better word, maybe much more relatable, could be poorly efficient or lacking complexity, right? The reason why I chose completionist and efficiency is because they're two sides of a coin, if not a cube or even a die, right? How complete your learning is reflects how complex your critical thinking is. How efficient it is how you apply the complexity of your learning strategies to become more refined and efficient. Not only can you become fluent in a language where you have poor complexity and poor efficiency in learning, that those are still sufficient when you practice something really well. So, like, you can have the simplest routine with the highest efficiency to reach an advanced level in Japanese, not an advanced Japanese language learner. In my opinion, it's still possible that when you, in the process of learning a language, you become better at learning, as in learning something difficult can promote someone to increase the complexity and allow refinements of their learning process. That's usually what most people talk about when they talk about the benefits of learning something. It's not memorizing the thing. That like they're, in my opinion, they're not referring to that. They're typically referring to the act of problem solving and critical thinking skills, the extra stuff that is internalized. Critical thinking skills, when you tackle a very difficult problem, like learning a language, when someone says the euphemisms like, oh, doing something very hard pays back in dividends, I think the euphemism here is about the learning process that you gain, that you intuit, not the thing which is also contributing to learning, right? Like when you learn the foundations of Japanese, like the actual content, the rules, when you learn those, they can still help, like they alleviate learning future things. It's not the content that technically made it easier alone. It is that you learned how to connect that information to future information. So in the act of learning something like a language, like a new language, you have promoted. You don't have to like do this, the thing that I'm doing where you like have to explain it or teach it or explain what you have done. You don't have to do any of that. Working on a very hard problem, like becoming fluent in Japanese, allows you to develop and enforce and incentivize an increase in complexity of your learning strategies and skills, and that through the practice of it for a very long time, because something that's hard takes a very long time, you can become more efficient at the complex thing, learning to groom and refine. So most of the problem solving skills that I'm talking about here, I'm trying to vocalize it. I'm trying to explain it, like visualize it. That's not, no, you don't have to do this to feel it or to get it when you're doing something very hard. Because when you're constantly trying to make something hard work, you end up doing all of this stuff. You have to solve your problem of retention, why things are boring, why things keep increasing in time, how do you get faster, how do you time manage, right? And you might, like, then someone would say, well, then doesn't that just sound like school? Yeah, it does sound like school, doesn't it? And then someone says, well, I never learned that in school. Like, you didn't find any of that stuff interesting. It wasn't obligated. When you choose a language or you choose a topic, there's additional motivation. That doesn't mean you won't quit. You will still quit when you run out of motivation. Sometimes school doesn't provide motivation, so you quit even more regularly, right? It's far more quicker when your interest is not in it. Now, when you throw in interest, your interest might not be enough, might not be sufficient either. And then someone's like, well, I didn't learn anything in school. I learned it on the job. It's like, same, right? Same, but different. The job presented the challenge and stuff. In fact, a lot of people do jobs they don't like, but the motivation is obligatory too, though. So when you combine your interest and obligation, those are two sources of motivation. And then you add reward. That's three sources of motivation. And then you add environment, right? Then you have four sources of motivation. Those we talk about those on a different time. Basically, how do you like try to improve? We're not in the sense of min-maxing, but improve your situation. How do you create more happy dollars, as I used to call them, or still call them really? I don't use it very often, but happy dollars. How do you prop the amount of your happy dollars, the figurative, emotional, and motivational source? How do you spend, divest, accumulate, and like gain interest on it so that you can continue to do something difficult enough to incentivize improving your problem solving skills and your critical thinking skills? School may not be enough. Some people just don't, they're not interested in whatever the school has to offer, right? Cue that college might not be enough. Your new job, your dream job, that might be enough. A job that you hate, this still might not be enough, right? The video game that you really like or you wish you would like but you really hate and you try to learn to like it, that's a difficult task. So I'm paying a homage to my earlier digression with drama during Hanzuhiro about video game stories and how he didn't like Witcher 2 because of the potions not being able to predict like boss fights. So you can't like pre-pot before a boss fight because you don't know when fights encounters are, so you effectively never be able to pot up beforehand. But what if you're constantly potting up in anticipation? It's like, well, you can't never know, then you do it at all times to alleviate that. That's kind of being prepping, right? That's the prepping part. That's the critical thinking part. What is the minimum baseline to capture an efficient outcome of things? So I was proposing alternative methods and like alternative perspective, as opposed to chalking up to either bad game design or an inherent desire to have things play out the way you want, right? So those are the, and neither of us, I'm not insinuating or insisting that either of us are close to the actual answer, because without confirmation, like talking to the developers and affirming some of these things, the person's logic and critical thinking skills are what's being compared. And then oftentimes even that, I rarely ever find, it's not about who is right or who is wrong. It's about, in my opinion, the exercise in doing that, because that makes the deduction, the troubleshooting, the evaluation of one's emotional intelligence, many of those things, a lot less exhausting. Learning a language, in my opinion, and what I mean by exhausting is negatively exhausting. So learning a language that you chose to do, like, for most of the time, whenever I meet someone new and I ask them, so why did you choose to learn language? Why did you choose to do this? And oftentimes they did confirm that they chose to do it. And then they cite a bunch of problems that they have with it and continue to talk about all the problems that they have. And oftentimes it's a telltale sign that when someone chooses to do something, they didn't necessarily see it as a process in which they exhaust themselves to do something that provides positive stress. Like, you're choosing to do something that creates negative stress. That cortisol level is going straight through the roof. Like, it's consistently going straight through the roof. Like, every single time when you get something wrong, it's going through the roof. My first thought is, why do you choose to do something that is creating negative stress? Usually, if I don't say negative stress, some people will say, oh no, stress is good because I care about this. Stress is making me push harder. It's rewarding when I get it right after being stressed. Right? If you use stress, that's positive stress. So there's cortisol, And there's all the good feely ones like dopamine and like adrenaline and stuff, where when you think you're challenging yourself because you chose to, and you're seeing progress by working really hard, that creates positive stress. When you think it's a chore and you hate it and you wish things can happen, but you chose something and you're learning to love to hate it, that can be a tough situation. So for me, I think more than 50% of the time, whenever I have talked to someone like learning a language, it was rarely the first thing that comes out of their mouth, in my opinion, is rarely something positive. It's usually something masked in negativity. Like, oh, I'm not consistent enough. Oh, I just feel really dumb when I get this stuff. I'm still working on not being dumb. Like, I'm paraphrasing because a lot of the words they use tend to be very self-deprecating, and dumb is not quite... I feel like dumb is a lot even softer than some people's like, oh, I was just not cut out. I can't learn new things or something like that. And I really dislike that. Dumb is pretty... Also, I don't use it very often. I'm rarely attach it to any particular person. So the idea is, if you choose to do something, I hope the motivation, the happy dollars that you've accumulated when you're choosing to do it, comes back. Like, it provides reward. It provides... Working hard on the things you choose to do is rewarding by default, not draining and crushing. And like, here's something: being anxious and nervous about something you choose to do can be a confirmation that you care about it a lot, and then pulling it off can feel really great. That anxiousness and nervousness is also a telltale sign that you care about the thing you're working on, not because you suck at it or how you mess up or how everything's going to fall apart when you do something wrong, right? That's the contrast. It almost sounds like I'm being dramatic, but I am nowhere as dramatic. I don't think I'm even close to capturing the anxiety and the anxiety and the nervousness that people feel chronically. I don't feel those things, so it's very hard for me to empathize with it. I feel nervousness and anxiousness in the same terminology. However, when you ask me, do I get nervous? Do I get anxious for doing this? Like, I'm getting... Someone's gonna come in and criticize me about my thinking patterns, or saying that I made an error here and there. It's like, I welcome it, because then I can benefit from it. I can even add addendums and acknowledge the person who is helping me along the way, right? Because my nervousness and anxiousness comes from looking forward to changing up and becoming better and developing more things. My exhaustion comes from exerting and wanting to become better at what I'm doing. The nervousness and anxiousness that people, in my opinion, that I get exposure to is the fear of messing up. It's the fear of uncertainty, because in reality, it's often due to the lack of practice and the insecurity that grows from not addressing or practicing how to manage and utilize it. So it is still the same source, in my opinion. That nervousness and anxiousness are triggered, and that's a very empathetic point. Like, when you publicly speak, you get nervous. Yes, everyone gets nervous, right? Like, hear me out. The vast majority of humans will get nervous when they have to do something publicly, in public speaking and whatnot. How they manage it, how they interpret it, and fuel it and negotiate it, it's the sky's the limit. Now, I don't have a secret recipe to this. right? In fact, I like to believe that there's some guru out there that would argue there is a secret to that recipe and they're probably selling it to you. I can't account for the validity of that. For myself, I don't care how long I work on it. I do not have a secret recipe for that. One thing I could encourage is that when someone has critical thinking and problem solving skills, they are able to figure that out. They are able to sort those things out. And to me, learning something very hard, like Japanese or whatever you conceive as very hard, honestly, I have a very reductive TLDR and hot take about it. The most hard things in life are all the things you choose not to do. I'm just saying. The second hardest thing in the things that you ever do in life that you need to learn about are all the obligations you chose not to do. So the things you choose that you think are hard are among some of the easiest things to do. Like, in my opinion, taking into psychology, I'm not a psychologist, but I studied psychology. Again, not a practicing psychologist, not a professional psychologist, linguistic person, not even a scientist anymore, right? I am not a practicing, I don't do research anymore. All of those things aside, fundamentally, like syllogistically or logically and rationally, the hardest things, there are far more hard things for one person as a human being than the things they know to be hard. Because the hardest stuff is everything you don't pay attention to, everything you don't know how to do, and everything you choose not to care about, choose to do. Because when it wraps up all together with your emotional motivation, your psychology, and your semantics in your head, you are the worst at all the things that you don't know, don't care about, and refuse to notice. Those are all the hard ones, right? And there are far more of them than the things you do know. So oftentimes, when you're thinking about ranking a system, I like to use that as a perspective check. When someone asks me, hey, do you think Japanese is hard? Well, no. The better question is to ask, is it hard? Is it too hard? Is it hard enough to get me to quit? Well, I chose to study Japanese. It's already easier than all the things that I have either quit or ceased to acknowledge. So, to me, that's how I would think about it. Oftentimes, the things I choose to do, right, are far easier than the things I have to do when I didn't choose to do them. So, what are those things? Grief, aging, social anxiety, I don't know, attention deficit. I don't have attention deficit. At least I don't think. High functioning compulsory mania. Overanalyzing things I don't choose to do, right? I take it with a grain of salt. I really do mean I don't choose to do a lot of these things. Whenever I speak to someone who says they have OCD or like attention deficit or they have particular quirks, they talk about it as though they choose when to do it. That's one of the signs, that's one of the top signs of, or like it could be changed or it could be conditionally like manipulated. That's one of the earlier signs that whenever I talk to someone, despite me not knowing if I have any of these problems, as in like clinically know if I have any of these problems, I use my problem solving skills to address them. So that's kind of the idea. the you have problem solving skills, so it becomes less scary. And that's kind of what I want to end on, I suppose. Is Japanese, for example, or Chinese too hard? Is it hard enough? Is it not hard enough? Right? These are the questions that I answer. Not like when someone asks me what do I care about? I don't care about whether it is hard, as in like, oh, it's objectively hard because it has all these rules and stuff. So like, is it hard enough for me to not want to do it? Is it hard for me? Is it hard enough for me to quit? Is it not hard for me, not hard enough, so I think it's boring? Because that's a common problem. That, in my opinion, is worth investigating. When someone says something is too hard, I feel like it's focusing on, for me, arguably not the more important thing for doing something. If you're sitting there looking at Japanese and it's like, I always wanted to learn Japanese, but I think it's too hard. And then you go on the internet, and that's what you're going to think. You're going to find every excuse to prep as hard as possible to convince yourself it's too hard. Or you're going to say, oh, I can do this. Let's just go look up the best strategy and the best way to learn something and then stick to that. And then you get bored because it's not hard enough. So those are the two easily top 5 most common indirect problems. I don't think the people that I speak to specifically say it in that manner, where like, oh man, so this is what it sounds like, anecdotally speaking, when someone says it's too hard. They would learn, like they would work on it, practice, and they would say, hey, how do you get more right answers? Like I'm so disappointed by my 70% or my 80%. Like I just don't understand how I could be like 99.9% accurate all the time. That's too hard. That's what it sounds like when things are too hard, as in they think that they're striving for something that is nearly unattainable. So it kind of consistently feel like it's too hard. Like, man, I've been working at this for 5 years and I'm nowhere near fluent in Japanese. Too hard. The thing is too hard. So that drains them over and over again. Not focusing on what they could do better from their current state. They keep focusing on what is too hard for them in the current state. Right? So every time someone's like, oh, I just passed N3. Oh man, it's so far away to be fluent in Japanese. I still have to pass the N1. Too hard. And then now the other way, the more classical way to say something is too easy is, oh, I spent 100 hours searching up the best way, immersions of the best way to learn. And then immediately they're like, well, I don't feel like immersing today. It kind of just feels like I'm doing the same thing. Like I'm just basically sentence mining. And after a while, it just gets boring. Too easy. The thing is too easy. That is the classical response. And in my opinion, variations of that is explaining that the process that they have is too easy. And that's to illustrate that you can go too much both ways. Things have to be hard enough to not quit. So it has to be hard enough to be not boring. It has to be easy enough to not quit. So it's a number line. You're trying to, as I talk about these things, you're trying to be in the middle. It's not all or none, which, again, excuse me for not having enough foresight, but this is an upper limit. You imagine it stretched out even further, like maybe 1,000 days and 3,000 characters, right? There's an upper limit, but usually it's in the middle. It has to be hard enough for you to be engaged, hard enough so it's not boring. It has to be easy enough so you don't quit. In both cases, if those are true, typically you'll have something in the middle. So these are archetypes, right? I chose archetypes that are slightly in the middle, like 80-20-ish. Usually humans, like the most successful, in my opinion, the most successful human, they take combinations that end up putting them somewhere in a balanced position. Not, oh yeah, I'm gonna just go ham all on one side. When you ham all on one side, then most of your behavior becomes corollary. In my opinion, when someone goes 0 and 1, naturally then they would correlate 0 and 1. So how can you pick a perfectionist out of a group? They have very extreme things. How can you pick a speedrunner out of a group? They have very extreme things. Now the question is, then how can you pick a learner out of a group? And that's what I mean by, yeah, there might be some guru out there who says, yeah, through my experience, these are the things, and this is the hot take and the silver bullet. I don't know what that is, at least from my perspective. A learner is a balanced approach. It's a holistic approach. Learning is the aspect that is incredibly dynamic. If you're not dynamic with learning, you're learning nothing. Like, you don't learn anything. If everything is the same and you keep the same routine and you are disinterested in ever learning anything, it bakes into everything else. Like, you could say, oh, but I'm watching new movies. You don't learn anything if you didn't do anything with those movies. You could watch 10 movies and learn nothing from the movies. You can memorize the movies. Like, if you watch the same 10 movies over and over again, you could memorize it. That doesn't necessarily mean you learned anything from it. You memorized something, right? One extra bonus example of someone who memorized things and instead of learning things is whenever I ask someone, you know, when someone comes to me and they would say, can you help me out with something? And like, I don't have any motivation to do very much. And I'll ask them, what did you do today? And the first thing they would speak about is they would try to regurgitate literally what happened each day. Like, literally. I think I recently watched one of like a professional psychologist, like a therapist that was talking about some of their hot takes or some of their anecdotal wisdom. Again, I'm not a professional psychologist, so I like to listen to others and try to pass along the information. It's not a reflection of my own expertise. However, I want to refer to this particular psychologist. Oftentimes when people talk about problems that they need to solve, it's often a mental problem in this day and age. Like, my most common interaction is with people who have mental routine issues. They come off as very specific, memorized, contextual problems. They don't come off as emotional nature at all. So, for example, learning, being bored with learning. When I ask someone, oh, so then what did you do about being bored with learning? And they said their solution is they quit. Like, that doesn't help you solve why. So someone's like, oh, that solves the problems. Like, it doesn't solve the problem. You didn't solve anything. It's avoidant behavior. So, and then and someone would say, well, That's fine. Why do you care? I'm like, if I cared about you, which maybe I should try, right? If that person's asking for my time, I want to care about this person. And the first thing I think about is, if your solution to being bored is by avoiding what's making you bored, right? You're trying to describe your problem. Your problem is an emotional one. And how, when I ask, okay, so why do you feel that way? And their first attempt is to memorize and recall the factors around it without understanding how those factors are associated with the problem, then they never solve the problem because it's never associated with the problem. Like, for example, oh yeah, this game is bad. This video game is really bad. It's boring. And then I'm like, oh, so why do you think it's bad and boring? And they're like, oh, because of this specific design. This design is intended to do this. And this is the specific logical outcome, objective reason in which it is intended to do. So basically it's useless. And oftentimes whenever I ask someone about their emotional problem, which happens to a therapist a lot of times, this is where the therapist that I'm like nebulously referring to, multiple therapists, like 4 or 5 who like to share their wisdom. Oftentimes when the patient comes to see them, they think that when you go to therapy, the goal is to become more logical, not more emotional. Like, what I mean is, it's like the solution to your emotions is to remove your emotions from the equation. Like, there's this, in my opinion, misconception. Personally, I think it's a misconception, and I don't work in psychology, that in order to solve a problem, you avoid the problem. So when you're having an emotional problem, like for example, you hate a video game, that's an emotional problem. And then you try to, when I asked them, why do you hate the video game? And 99% of the things they said was some objective explainer logically on how the design of the things work. And in no way did describing that thing tell me why are they angry about it, or why do they hate that. And that is related to pretty much this, the critical thinking and problem solving thing. Language learning over the last 500 days, to summarize, to make this more of a candid conclusion for the WaniKani experience, I think the vast majority of the posts that I read on the WaniKani site, and like people that I talk to who maybe use WaniKani then stopped, or rationalize that they're only gonna go up to, efficiency, they only go up to 180 days and then move over here because they feel this way, they feel that way. My usual inclination is, I hope that you're taking into account your emotional awareness, because when you think of things solely objectively, you're accepting, right? You're accepting the consequences. Whether you know it or not, you're accepting that your emotions will not keep you from executing any of those things. Like, hey, 2,000 kanji in a year, right? Fatigue, boredom, grind, miscalculations, any form of obligations that affect your emotional well-being or like ups and downs, those, you are accepting that those have no impact. Like, they do not have, they are static and they have no way and sway on you executing the thing. That is the thing you're accepting, right? If you are not accepting those things, how can you tell you didn't accept those things? Most of the stuff people tell me about, like how WaniKani has crappy mnemonics like 50% of the time. Sometimes you're just too tired from work to do the SRS. Sometimes you feel apprehensive about having a bad day on 70%, and then next day you're like 90%, but it goes back to 70% the next day, and it just makes you feel horrible. All those things, and that's what I mean by hyper-objectivity. And that happens a lot nowadays when people spend it chronically on the internet. They spend less time talking to other people, associating with other people, exercising human connection, human problem-solving skills, like empathy, sympathy. Rarely those things. They parasocially attach themselves to data. And you parasocially attach yourself to a content creator that's incapable of reciprocating human responses to you. They can try their best. Again, content creators are not they're not the victims in this, or they're not also responsible for this. They can try their best to create like generalized knowledge that promote well-being. Like what I'm saying now is subject to that very limit. In the future, I might look back on this and someone might refer to this as like, well, the things you said only broadly apply to certain things. Yeah, because it is its own example. What I'm saying here are archetypes. They are correlations. They are things that are set in patterns. Now, it cannot, in my opinion, it rarely ever is sufficient to substitute for personal critical thinking and problem solving skills, because your problems have nuances. And much like becoming fluent in a language, that insecurity with a language is also a telltale sign of insecurity with critical thinking and problem solving skills. Personally, they're associated with each other. If you're apprehensive about every singular detail regarding executing and acquiring a skill, those little details, those little nuances, in my opinion, are inversely proportional to your proficiency in critical thinking skills. If you have critical thinking skills and problem solving skills, those idiosyncrasies are actually kind of opportunistic, because it's a great way to challenge your and test and bolster your critical thinking skills. That's when you hear that euphemism that you hear quite often from successful and high functioning people. They like challenges. As in, when they see a problem, they get excited. When they see a controversy or they see a disagreement or something in conversation, their eyes light up. They tend to go towards the challenge, address it, challenge themselves. Not the results, because you can still reach an impasse. You can still fail to solve the problem. It is the exercise of taking on a challenge and coming and learning from it, regardless if it's successful or failure, is what creates what is a really green flag for someone who I'm talking about. And for myself, that's what it is. The more people tell me that Chinese is really hard or Japanese is really hard, or they like compliment me in a weird way, saying like, oh yeah, you're that's really impressive that you're learning 2 hard languages. My first thought is I'm having fun participating in challenges to my own self. Whether it's really hard in the eyes of someone else or what is constituted as very hard, I don't really usually think about that. I think about the next problem to solve. I think about the next thing to solve. Like, in no way do I ever constantly occupy myself with, oh my gosh, Chinese have like 100,000 script. It's like, all right, that's cool. Maybe we'll try to learn like 1,000 of them. Maybe tomorrow, the next couple months, we'll try to learn 2,000 of them. I might get bored and start learning something else. All those things could happen. There is merit to looking at a bigger picture, right? Like, the internet is a great way at truncating a really big process into like a 5-minute video or a 10-minute video. There is merit to that. Balancing that out with the day-to-day understanding of how you're going to solve a problem, how are you going to benefit and improve a problem, is also, in my opinion, encouraged. And I think there's far less of that, the latter, than the former. The former is constantly big. It's so big. Someone told me they wanted to do like something that takes 2 years, then something that takes 4 years, and then something that takes 6 years, and then all of it will be done. And my first thought is, so what are you doing tomorrow? And if you're wondering how did it go, the vast majority of this person that I interact with, like this and this person as in like several over the years, is that they start doing something and then they quit almost immediately after. They do something for 1 week, or like they do something once a week. They do it for 2 weeks and then they never do it again. They start and they might, like some might do it 4 times in 1 week and then quit. Because the first thing they discover is like, oh man, I have to do this for another 365 days, or like that's what I mean. You can step back and look at the big picture, becoming fluent in Japanese, for example. However, that's not all of it. Like, what I mean is you can't simply just look at the whole thing and expect knowing what to do tomorrow or the day after or even a week's period or month period. All of that stuff takes critical thinking skills. Even saying that the big picture is not all there is requires a critical thinking checkpoint. When someone watches a YouTube video and they watch like a 30-minute essay on something and they're like, oh man, I've never listened to a person explain something for 30 minutes. It must be everything in the world. Now I don't have to ever watch another video about anything else. Lack of critical thinking skills. Like, oh, this tool, they are telling me this is the best tool to learn Japanese. It's guaranteed that I will become fluent in 6 months. I don't need anything else. Lack of critical thinking skills. At least that's personally my opinion. Like, let's just say it's true. They became fluent in 6 months, right? They became fluent in 6 months in the tool. Now they're just not going to do anything else. Lack of critical thinking skills. Like, even if a tool does exactly what you want for a year and it did actually happen, the person knowing that who has critical thinking skills would probably end up ahead of whatever that thing is. Like, in the course of that 1 year of doing whatever it is that they're going to do, their goals and all of their performances, it might even be faster. It could be slower because they discover something else that is interesting and they're doing 3 things at once. That is what a critical thinking person is doing. They don't sit there and say, I'm going to turn off my brain and just follow this program and do not look at opportunities along the way, how you're changing up your style, how you have matured and became an intermediate learner, an advanced learner, because you do not see room for improvement, room for correction, room for more, and room to notice poor things, like things that you don't want anymore. So like, you're not grooming and expanding while you're learning. You threw away your critical thinking skills and say, well, it's easy. I just follow this for 5 years and I never need to think about anything else. Never want to do more. Never consider the fact that in 5 years, the whole landscape might change. Never consider the idea that you are surrounded in a world that's run by people who do have critical thinking skills. You hope, at least I think you hope, that other people have critical thinking skills. Know why? It's a paradox. When you think that you don't need critical thinking skills, and you think that other people have you don't have critical thinking skills, and then other people behave like you are normal, then they don't have critical thinking skills. So think about this for a moment. Where are you getting your information? If you're assuming that you don't need critical thinking skills and all your friends don't need critical thinking skills, they simply get their information from everyone else, that's illogical. Like, so then you're getting information from people who have no critical thinking skills, right? Or alternatively, which is hopefully in reality, the people who are giving information, you are trusting that since you don't have any critical thinking skills, the people that are giving the information, the people who are disseminating the information, has critical thinking skills in order to give that information. Because otherwise, you wouldn't know otherwise. Like ignorance is bliss situation, or ignorance is misery. Because when and here's where I come in for the most part, when something fails, they don't know what's wrong. So, like, the assumption is that the person that they trusted, the parasocial relationship, like the content creator failed them. Well, you wouldn't know that because you don't have any critical thinking skills. And then you would make an argument, okay, so then I failed and they were right. You wouldn't know that either because you don't have critical thinking skills. And then you're like, well, they're the one that's successfully selling a product. That doesn't mean they have critical thinking skills. You have to understand and see if they do or not. And you have to confirm and do all of that. Like, someone selling a product doesn't have to have critical thinking skills to sell a product. If you're wondering what that looks like, how about any person that uses generative AI to pass it off as their own work? I know that's a pretty hot take. It's pretty topical right now, right? They didn't actually do the work. So it's void of that critical thinking skill. There is critical thinking skill on manipulating a prompt to produce a result. That there is skills in that. That's not the same as saying that guy knows how to make the prompt. Like, make the thing that the prompt spits out. That part, I would agree. The person who's making the prompt, the critical thinking skill involved in making the prompt does involve critical thinking skills. The thing is, that person is selling the product that they didn't make. So then when you when you frame it in that, right? The moment you start thinking, okay, well, then you're going to ask your classmate. You're going to go ask your classmate, hey, can you help review my essay so that I can sell it to people who might care about this? And you know that that person relies on something to compensate for their critical thinking skills. The question you would ask yourself then is, do you really want to ask them to review your product if they are lacking the skills to do so? That is, in my opinion, what is happening right now. So one of the hot takes in my, right now at the moment with language learning is it is very difficult for me. I'm not talking about other people. Despite saying all this, it is incredibly difficult for me to know going into a new area, right? Like language learning, what is the foundation of the stuff people are advertising? Like when someone says, "Oh yeah, read this theory on second language, second language acquisition," right? You can use your presumptions and inference who I'm referring to. Those were the early days. And then they would say like, "Oh yeah, this guy answers all the questions." All right. Spend an evening, read something about this person's theories and whatnot, and then I go back to the person and say, "I don't understand what this answers. Can you explain it to me?" It's like, "Whoa, it's all in there." Like, no, you explain it to me. Like you, the person who says it explains everything. You explain it to me, not the other person, this imaginary person, not imaginary as in like the person actually exists, the hypothetical person this person thinks, as in when you read a piece of work, whenever someone says, "Oh yeah, this person knows exactly what it is," it's like, you don't know that person. You have a hypothetical understanding of that person based on their work. You didn't ask the person. That person isn't talking to me. You are interpreting this person's work. Explain your interpretation. Explain why you think that, for example, explain why you think spending 180 days in WaniKani at level 25 through 30 is when you start immersion, and rationalize that you can quit WaniKani from now, and in order to achieve all these results, explain how they link up. Because I'm trying to do that, right? Like I'm trying to do that for myself personally. This is an exercise for myself. I would do it with anyone else who's interested. The idea is I'm practicing critical thinking skills. No one asks to say this stuff, right? This stuff is not important to the vast majority of people. What's in green is my personal thoughts. What's in red is possibly what people might think is important. And what's in blue, like various shades of blue, are the range that I see. That's how I laid out my topic. So the red is how people generalize most things about WaniKani, right? The blue is a range of the correlations of the average behaviors that I see that are frequently aligned with each other while using WaniKani over 500 days. And then what's in green are all my personal anecdotes, as in they vary the most. They are the least reliable in reproduction. They can be used to inspire other people's critical thinking skills. So red, 0 critical thinking skills. Blue, observational correlation, as in if you see success, you can notice success, right? So it's monkey see, monkey do. Green is critical thinking. Anything that is highlighted in green is something that I have interpreted based on the red, the easiest to come, right? The information you can gather from an encyclopedia or a dictionary or asking Gemini. And then blue is all the correlations you can stereotype in order to like create a mold or something of a reference model, right? Like a reference model. And then green should be all over the place when it comes to someone who's a critical thinker, right? If you're doing a lot of critical thinking, you have a lot to say about facts that are set in stone, and then even corollary stuff. So whenever someone says, "Oh, hey, immersion is the fastest way," immersion is correlated with the fastest acquisition of insert target language. Typically, for whatever reason, Japanese language learners predicate on that. It's not actually true for other languages. The tendency is specifically for Japanese. Like the whole immersion like movement and stuff, it's far more enriched in Japanese. Now, how do I explain that? I have various narratives that can explain it. It's not going to prove it but I'm using those narratives, those correlations, in order to help inform what I'm going to do. Like, I'm not spending 24/7 hours streaming and advocating for immersion. So clearly my narrative is different, right? That's what happens when I was exercising my critical thinking skills. If I wasn't exercising any critical thinking skills, then the first thing I would do is, oh, let's just immerse. I'll just go watch anime and have a program sentence mine and correlate and generate an SRS Anki deck for me. That's, to me, is lack of critical thinking skills. It's at most taking facts that you can observe, use the correlations that you might understand at first, and then never adjusting them because you don't enter critical thinking skills. Like, never adjusting them as they're going. You simply accept that this is the coolest plan you've ever made based on observational data and correlation, and then you hope that it works out. And that is as far as I got so far. Will I ever become an expert to, like, or maybe a notable enough expert to garner enough influence to talk to experts, right? Like other experts? Probably not. I'm not here to want to become an expert. So, like, much like in science, there was a time in science that I would be conferring with experts, and my colleagues would be the experts, right? That we would spend most of our time in the green zone, in the critical thinking zone. So oftentimes it's inferred that all of the things in red and even most of the things in blue are already locked down. Like, that's common knowledge, quote unquote, conventional knowledge, or even orthodoxy or dogma. And then the green is where you spend most of the time. I can barely get people to critically think about their day, the day that they spend most of the time, let alone talk critically about anything else. So, again, we have to keep in mind that Twitch and YouTube, like live streams, maybe not the greatest platform for critical thinking discussions. So, take it with a grain of salt. I'm actually saying the opposite. I'm not calling people stupid and lazy. I'm trying, in my opinion, I think it would be fantastic if the maybe internet changes in the future where less of the thinking is coming from something other than the person themselves. Like, there's so little thinking going around. I often feel like the thing that I want to tell people is that if you find a natural way to encourage yourself to think about things and critically think and have agency over some of the stuff, it might make you a happier person, right? Like, there's an opportunity that you can help people and also help yourself, as opposed to constantly feeling like most of the things are outside of your control. Now, I'm actually specifically talking to the majority of people that I interact with online, not like people I've met over the years in university or a professional career or something. Most of those individuals, they're usually teaching me a lot of things. Like that was most of my life, where before I like maybe became somewhat of an expert or somewhat at something, I was ever grateful. I love being surrounded by people who are smarter than me, or like quote unquote more experienced than me, because that just means whenever I'm around them, I have an opportunity to learn something. It's not so much now. Like on the internet, it's the flip side. Nearly most people are so disinterested in their own lives that they prefer to vicariously live through someone else's life and at the same time continue to put up as many excuses to explore it themselves. So this is where I would leave with a very positive message. Choosing to learn another language is a choice you made. Exploring every possible way you can engage in the language should sound not exhausting. In my opinion, it should sound exciting because you chose to do this. Exploring things lead to an overall opportunity to promote critical thinking skills. And most things will, in my opinion, become richer. Like being excited about how plants grow, or going out to a tree and just curious about why tree bark is so wrinkly on the outside. Those are the things that create like a wonderful electric feeling in the head. Like lots of things become more interesting. Like you're eating your sandwich for the 30th day in a row and it's the same sandwich you love, and now you're suddenly curious, well, I'm learning Japanese. I wonder, what do Japanese people think about eating the same thing 30 days in a row? I wonder what they think about the sandwich I'm eating. I wonder how I'm going to describe the sandwich to a Japanese person. And then you could wonder, does Japan even have the sandwich? Those are the things that, in my opinion, lead to someone who's really embracing their human condition. Because inquisition, curiosity by choice, can very much balance out obligation, response, and tolerance, right? Because there are so many things in your life. It's such an understatement. There are so many things in every single human's life that is obligation, tolerance, and being good enough. When we're talking about language learning, if you know a native language and you choose to learn a second language, that is usually a choice you've made. And it's an obligation you make to yourself. And honestly, sometimes when you choose to do something and you obligate it to yourself, failing yourself can hurt a lot. So try not to fail that part, at least in my opinion. And that's probably the sentiment that I want to end with, because otherwise I'm just going to talk about how exciting it is to learn something of your own choice over and over again. So that's a wrap for the candid conclusion, I guess. The tentative takes / candid conclusion for WaniKani. It's been a wild ride. There's still 25 days left. So you'll see me running WaniKani streams for 25 days. But largely, it's going to fade in the background. And then maybe on the one day that I burn all the stuff, I will have a small little segment about, hey guys, this happened, by the way, and it was still a fun ride, or something like that. So this sounds like I'm saying goodbye to WaniKani. I want to make it clear, we are saying technically goodbye to WaniKani tentatively, in the sense of it's going to disappear literally, right? Like, so streams once we get another 25 days in, it's going to disappear from the stream. And I get this question a lot. People, those who saw me start Duolingo 2.5 years ago, they occasionally come by and say, hey, what happened to Duolingo? I'm like, it's still here, right? The whole out of sight, out of mind, critical thinking skills, right? WaniKani, for all intents and purposes, this will be the last time I'll be doing the introspection without the context of Boom Pro. So 500 days, pretty fun time. It was ups and downs. There's still more things to do. So that's the positive note that I probably want to leave on. So if you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu. Thank you. You are more than welcome to pick up WaniKani for yourself. Follow along. Every single one of these days have been recorded and posted on YouTube. Today I thought it was pretty funny. I was putting a search engine. I was trying to figure out some information about WaniKani, and I put in a search engine, and Gemini, is at the top because I use Chrome. And at the very bottom of the entry, like under the monthly, like the subscription plans, it said for insight about what it's like for the daily activities, like the daily use of WaniKani, it actually cited one of my videos. And it was like some random day, like day 477 or something. That's kind of cool. I thought it was pretty funny, so I shared it. And obviously, as much as it is, it's still an AI search, right, result, so take it with a grain of salt kind of thing. But I did, in fact, showed every single daily session of WaniKani with the asterisks of like the 0 days, right? So other than that, yeah, feel free to follow along. You can go visit my past self. My past self was far more ignorant than my current self, right? And there are possibly certain things that either improved or got worse in my 500 self compared to my 0 self. And good luck, right? Good luck. Encourage yourself. I'm always welcome to yap about most things. I'll make it relate to critical thinking and problem solving skills most of the time, so be wary. Yap, discuss, share momentary stories about our experiences, our strategies. Keep each other motivated to learn, right? Take up challenges, at least intellectual ones. Until next time, 皆さんまたね。いてくれてありがとう. Thanks for watching. I'll see you guys next time. Bye bye.